Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, reprise du débat en deuxième lecture.
Resuming debate, second reading of Bill C-42, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette has 13 and a half minutes remaining to wrap up his speech. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would ask the House's consent to share my time with the one and only member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Does the Honourable Member have the approval to share his time? Yes. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues. Madam Speaker, during the first part of my speech last March, I spoke in favour of this bill. It's a good bill, a step towards transparency that will contribute to fighting against tax evasion and fraud. It respects the provinces, and the jurisdiction of Quebec has been established for over a month now. But the discoverers of the Paradise Papers found that they didn't hide money here. They hid it elsewhere. The work is only done with this bill against tax fraud. We need a world registry, really, to fight against this. Not only we need the real owners of these companies, but we also need to know the owners of trusts, like KPMG created for Canadian fraudsters that the Canada Revenue Agency gave amnesty to. It might seem vast, but it isn't so vast. This register already exists in Luxembourg, held by a consortium of financial institutions. Even fraudsters like their banks to know that they have assets somewhere. It's good for their credit rating. This register can be accessed by financial institutions, but not governments seeking out fraudsters. It is not normal. But transparency for public registries is important, but it does nothing for those who profit from all of the tax legislation to use tax havens legally. And they don't need to hide their revenue. They just need a good accountant to ensure that they don't pay taxes on that, even when they're declared. The United States forced Canada's hand by setting a minimum tax of 15%. The use of tax havens will be less interesting, but in fighting tax havens, the government is doing the very minimum. We need to repatriate money in tax havens, and because these are still tax-free. Yes, we will support C-42, but it is not sufficient. A registry is good, but fairness is better. Madam Speaker, that is the end of my speech. Thank you very much. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Government House Leader.
A part of dealing with the issue is bringing in legislation, but there's also a budgetary measures that the government has taken in the last few years, where we've beefed up the resources for CRA. A few budgets back, it was close to $500 million. Several hundred million followed that, and I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts in regards to, yes, the legislation is really important, but along with that legislation, you have to establish, as we have, the financial resources in good part to be able to deal with the issue at hand.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My response is simple. Yes, and yes, but. But even all of that is insufficient. I would just like to give the example of what I said in the conclusion of my speech. The real beneficiaries of these tax trusts that KPMG created for Canadian fraudsters, well, we worked on that a long time in committee in the United States. When the same thing was done, there were investigations and criminal charges and even imprisonment. But Canada Revenue Agency has said that would stop. Here, there were no criminal investigations, no prison time. Even if the legislation is there, even if the funding is there, the political will is lacking. And there's the minister that refuses to use her discretionary powers to require Canada Revenue Agency to do more. So we need to change the way that this government does things and that Canada Revenue Agency does things, because we see that the legislation and the funding is still insufficient. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. I would like to come back to the issue of KPMG and its strategy of tax fraud, for which there were criminal charges in the U.S., and here that didn't happen. And the Minister of National Revenue was told that she could trigger an investigation that would be led by a judge at the federal tax court, and the minister continues to say that CRA is independent and she can't trigger an investigation. But despite all of these great legislative initiatives, I would like to hear what my colleague hears about the message that is being sent when Canadian leadership in anti-tax fraud. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague and friend from Mirabel. Yes, the minister came to tell us at committee that she didn't want to get involved, that she deemed that CRA was independent, when tax specialists, a world tax specialist, Mr. Lahoux, told us that she was the only one in the entire country who had the power to trigger an investigation. She had the power and she chose to not use it, and the government chose to walk away. That's insufficient. It's unacceptable. What we see currently is that there are advances made, because globally, under the U.S. Biden administration, they're saying that people must pay a minimum of 15%. And the G20, the OECD, and other groups of wealthy countries are getting on board. And what we've seen from the beginning is that Canada is always doing the minimum. And there is this... it's like these people are untouchable, and they're being told they don't have to pay taxes, and that's an unacceptable message to be sending.
Matsky Fraser Canyon, a brief question.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We know that the Federal Register doesn't do enough to fight money laundering, because most small and medium enterprises in Canada are regulated provincially or territorially. Does the member from the Bloc Québécois think that the Quebec government will have an agreement with the federal government to improve the ability of the federal government to fight federal money laundering while respecting the jurisdiction of Quebec on this subject? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Answers, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you to my honourable colleague for his question, and that he asked it in excellent French. It's very appreciated. In my opinion, what we see in this bill is a possible arrangement with the provinces. It seems very respectful of the rights of provinces. For example, Quebec has had its own register for a month now, so it will require collaboration and information sharing like with all countries around the world. So it seems to be on the right path, but obviously we must always do more to fight money laundering, and our job is to remain vigilant, so to ensure that everything works well and that we do more. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to discuss a matter of critical importance to the Quebec and Canadian economy, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts. The bill was introduced in the House of Commons to modernize Canada's corporate legislation to make it more competitive and responsive to today's business requirements. The amendments to the current legislation are designed to strengthen the transparency, accountability, and sustainability of Canadian businesses while ensuring their international competitiveness. The bill includes several important provisions. First, it introduces an obligation for corporations to declare their real economic interests in order to enhance transparency and the fight against money laundering and terrorist financing. This provision will also help companies from hiding their real ownership behind opaque structures and enhance public confidence in the integrity of the corporate system. In addition, the bill introduces a new social and environmental responsibility plan for corporations. Companies will be required to take social environmental, and governance factors into account in their business decisions and actions. This provision is intended to encourage companies to take a long-term view and make a positive contribution to society in addition to generating profits. My colleague from Joliette and also our finance critic had questions the last time this bill was introduced. The question is this. If Company A is owned by Company B, which is owned by Company C, then can we find out who the beneficial owner is? But what if a company is in another, less cooperative country where there is no automatic information sharing, such as a tax haven? Will Bill C-42 identify the true owner? These questions must be answered, Madam Speaker. Numerous investigative reports on the activities of large multinational companies reveal unclear corporate structures and operations. The takeover of sectors that are sensitive to national security or that could jeopardize the robustness of our supply chains is a concern of our party. The situation illustrated here, where a company is owned by a chain of other companies, can create a situation where it is difficult to identify the beneficial owner, especially if one or more of these companies are located in jurisdictions that do not have automatic information exchange agreements. As an example, I can think of two places in particular in a case I recently reviewed where at the center of the complex corporate structure are shell companies incorporated in the Malaysian territory of Labuan and in the British Virgin Islands, two jurisdictions where strict secrecy laws prevent the public and foreign courts from accessing information about the true owner of the companies. The two shell companies were involved in transactions in France, Brazil, and the United States. How are these countries dealing with this issue right now? Does this law provide tools and better guidance and agility to deal with the issues of the technological transition that is taking place? I hope so. While these new provisions of the bill will provide corporate transparency in Canada, they will not necessarily enable Canadian authorities to identify the beneficial owners of Canadian companies owned by companies located in non-cooperative jurisdictions or tax havens. In such cases, Canadian authorities may have to rely on other methods to identify beneficial owners, such as requesting information from foreign authorities, using mutual legal assistance agreements, or using other sources of information, such as media reports or leaked documents. Hence the importance of having well-equipped monitoring and assessment teams. The Quebec government announced its intention to create a register of beneficial owners of businesses in February 2020. Bill 78, entitled An Act to Modernize Legislative Provisions Respecting Legal Auditing, was introduced in the National Assembly in June 2020 and was adopted in December of the same year. Bill 78 contains provisions to create a register of beneficial owners and to make it public. We could take a closer look at the challenges of setting up such a registry and validate where the different provinces stand on this issue. I look forward to hearing from officials on how the registry will work.
It is important to note that Canada has entered into a number of information exchange agreements with other countries, including tax information exchange agreements, which allow Canadian authorities to access information on foreign companies operating in Canada. These agreements have helped improve the ability of Canadian authorities to identify beneficial owners, even in cases where companies are owned by entities located in non-cooperative jurisdictions or tax havens. I would like to have the opportunity to hear experts' opinions and some recommendations for conditions that could be reviewed in the next round of negotiations with certain countries. The bill also includes amendments to strengthen shareholder rights. It gives shareholders the right to vote on executive compensation and management succession plans. This will ensure greater transparency and accountability to shareholders while strengthening the accountability of management. We are pleased that some of our recommendations have caught the attention of the Department and have been incorporated into Bill C-42. Finally, the bill introduces changes to facilitate access to capital for Canadian businesses. It simplifies the share issuance process and removes some of the current restrictions, making it easier and more efficient for companies to raise capital. In short, An act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts is a crucial bill for the future of the Quebec and Canadian economies. The proposed amendments are intended to strengthen the transparency, accountability, and sustainability of Canadian companies while making them more competitive on the international stage. As a Member of Parliament, I believe that the passage of this legislation is essential to protect the interests of Canadians and Quebecers and to ensure long-term economic growth. Let me draw a parallel with my responsibilities as sports critic, where the issue of good governance is important. Governance and accountability are key aspects in the field of sports. Governance refers to the way in which sports organizations are managed and run, while accountability refers to the way in which sports actors are held responsible for their actions. With regard to governance, it's important that sports organizations are run in a transparent, fair, and efficient manner. Decisions should be taken in a democratic manner, and all stakeholders should have a voice in the decision-making process. Governance structure should also be responsible and accountable to members and to stakeholders. Accountability in sport is about how actors in sport are held responsible for their actions, which can include the responsibility of players to play fairly and play by the rules, as well as the responsibility of team managers and sports organizations to manage players must be transparent in their operations, accountable to their stakeholders, and held responsible for their actions to maintain the trust and respect of fans and sports communities. It is unfortunate that funding was reinstated without much understanding of how sports organizations can demonstrate real change. For example, the reinstatement of funding to Hockey Canada. It will be important to ensure that the intentions of Bill C-42 live up to the expectations of the Industry and Technology Committee. I thus call on all members of the House to support this important bill and to work together to get it passed as quickly as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Creating a public, searchable corporation registry will, in fact, ensure that there is a much higher sense of accountability, as the government over the last number of years has expressed its interest to ensure that everyone is paying their fair share when it comes to taxes, and to ensure that there is more transparency. But I think it's also important to recognize, as I did in the previous question I asked his colleague, is that there has been significant amounts of financial resources allocated over to CRA, and that money is there to support, once again, the idea of looking at people that are paying taxes. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts in regards to, it's great that Ottawa is doing it and the province of Quebec is moving forward on it, but it's really important that we do see consistency coming from coast to coast, with other provinces and territories also providing similar legislation.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, everyone must do their part, but the federal government needs to be a leader and set an example on the international stage. The government needs to demonstrate that it will no longer tolerate tax havens or any fraud. This makes me think of the example of the Panama Papers. Quebec was a leader with that. Quebec recovered more money than Ottawa. So yes, teamwork, collaboration are very important. When I look at the Quebec laws, the Desjardins Cooperative is managed by laws in Quebec. So in Quebec, we have given ourselves legislation to handle that sort of situation. So yes, there are improvements that we could make, but the federal government needs to set an example and put an end to tax havens. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that the Bloc Québécois will support this bill. Here's what I would like to know. Is the Bloc open to accepting some amendments to keep confidentiality and protected information for small businesses and individuals in some cases? Also, in the amendments, would the Bloc support creating more rules rather than letting public servants and officials make all the rules? So does the Bloc support protecting business information and confidentiality in some cases? Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon for his question. Now, of course, I can't help but remember a debate we had in the Industry Committee, which is, should we have details of the investment bill because how should we have information? Because the government is investing between 8 and 13 billion in the new Volkswagen plant, and there's also a link that can be made with sports. So DNAs do not disclose agreements, end up protecting secrets that shouldn't be protected, and keep athletes victims. So confidentiality and protecting secret information is very arbitrary. We do need to have transparency. So I hope that my colleague and experts we hear in committee, I hope that we'll all work together in order to find the best amendments possible to the bill to make the bill as strong as possible.
The member for Cowichan Mellahett-Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think my colleague very clearly outlined the problems that we have and what more needs to be done, especially by Canada and the international community. The sheer amount of wealth that we lose out on every year to tax evasion and dirty money funneling through the system. One of the parts in the bill, Madam Speaker, to ensure compliance, there's a $5,000 penalty for corporations and up to $200,000 for individuals. And I respect that the legislation is trying to uncover the identity of the individual, but what does he think about that paltry $5,000 fine for corporations? Because we know there are lots of avenues open to people to hide their wealth in corporate structures. Does he think that that particular financial penalty may need to be looked at and perhaps stiffened to ensure better compliance with the legislation? Thank you.
A brief reply, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we do need to be strict. We shouldn't give criminals too much opportunity to thrive. I think that wealth should be shared. I think the federal government is not giving enough health care transfers because they say they don't have enough money. Well, we know where the money is. And meanwhile, seniors over 65 to 74 can't make more money, or our emergency rooms are overflowing. It's because of dirty money and tax havens. So the government should crack down on that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Happy to rise today and talk to Bill C-42. There's a lot of talk in this place about government gatekeepers, rightly so. You know, there's a lot of important decisions that are made within government that have an impact on Canadians' lives, and Parliament is a place to hold those decision makers to account and to press for better decision makers, or for better decisions. Elections are the place to press for better decision makers. This is the place to press for better decisions. But I think what the case that New Democrats have been trying to make throughout this Parliament and many others is that there's not just a problem of government gatekeeping, but actually there's a lot of private sector gatekeepers that too often the leader of the Conservative Party in this government are either ignoring or working with behind the scenes to try and create more room for their power and their influence, which is not regularly held to account by a democratically elected parliament, to allow their power to flourish. And if you look at our economy, there's a lot of ways in which they're able to do that, including a lot of rules around commercial secrecy and other ways that people who own significant chunks of our economy, whether that's our land, our real estate, our manufacturing, our resources, and we don't actually have a good way of knowing who those people are. And that creates a lot of problems for Canadians who feel the pinch of that power acting in the economy, whether that's through unjustified price hikes, the likes of which we've seen a lot of in the last few years here in Canada. A significant contributor to inflation has been outsized price increases in a number of industries. Or whether it's people who are hiding behind corporation numbers that are making important land use policy decisions because of the power of their own ownership. Yes, municipalities have a role to play in zoning, but we also know that ownership matters a lot, and people can choose to do a lot of things with their property, and in some cases that has a real impact on communities, and you don't even know who's doing the work. That's why something like a public beneficial ownership registry is so important, because it will actually allow us to put names to the people that have an important controlling stake in certain parts of our local economies and our national economy. And that's important for any number of reasons. One, we know Canada is known internationally as a place where a lot of money gets laundered. I think that's a sad fact about Canada's reputation and Canada's actions in the world, that we've allowed ourselves to be a place that people look to in order to launder the proceeds of crime. And that's something that's been going on for a long time. In fact, the Canadian banking industry had an important role to play in setting up tax havens in other places. Canadian bankers could go to places like the Bahamas or the Caicos Islands, and where it was advantageous to say, oh, we're not like those Americans, we're allied with the Brits. They could do that and get their hands into the local economy there and set up a banking infrastructure that would serve their interests and the interests of their clients. And when it suited them better to say, oh, well, you can't bank directly with the Americans, but you can bank with us and we're buddy-buddy with them, they did that too. And they actually helped create the international infrastructure of tax havens that is now costing Canadians anywhere from $30 to $40 billion a year in lost taxable income because they're pushing it out of the country. And as I say, often it's been hard even to know who some of the beneficiaries of these things are. So when it comes to money laundering, if we want to get serious about taking action on that, it's important to be able to identify the beneficiaries of various corporate holdings. And a public beneficial ownership registry is going to help with that. When it comes to Russia's completely unwarranted and illegal invasion of Ukraine, we saw Canada come out the gate quickly with a lot of strong words about sanctions. But the follow-up in terms of enforcement has been rather pathetic. And there's no evidence of Canada actually doing a lot of meaningful work to follow up on those sanctions and to make them hurt. Well, one of the reasons why that's the case, I think there is more that the government could do under the existing rules, but they need tools like a public beneficial ownership registry in order to be able to effect that work well, because that will help identify the natural persons behind the corporate persons and make it easier for us to be able to pursue those folks in the appropriate way. I've talked a little bit about tax havens already, and I've talked about the problem of money laundering, but the fact of the matter is that if we want to ensure that the people at the top who make the most money, and I'm not just talking salaries, usually the wealthiest don't make most of their money through an annual salary. They make most of their money in rent off various kinds of assets, whether those are real estate assets or other kinds of assets. They get dividends, that's a form of rent on the capital that they invest in companies. That's how they make their money. And if we accept the findings of the Parliamentary Budget Officer just about a year and a half or 2 years ago about wealth distribution in Canada, and this follows a trend for a lot of Western countries, which says that now 40% of Canadians are sharing 1% of Canada's wealth, and 1% of Canadians own and control 40% of Canada's wealth. And if you think that's completely out of whack, I agree completely. And that is part of what's driving many of the problems that most Canadians who aren't in that top 1% are experiencing. Those are the folks that are really struggling with inflation. Those are the folks that can't find a home. Those are the folks that don't know how they're going to get to work because they can't afford the car that they had anymore. And that's not just a function of the carbon tax, which the Conservatives would have you believe. And what's wrong with accepting that narrative is that it doesn't appreciate the problem, so it doesn't offer a real solution. Cutting the carbon tax isn't going to fix those structural deficits. It's not the carbon tax that has led to massive wealth inequality, and it's not the way we're going to solve it. One way that we might solve it is by having a tax not just on high income, but on high wealth. And in order to do that, we need to be able to track the wealth of that 1% that owns and controls 40% of Canada's wealth. And the way to do that is through a public beneficial ownership registry, which will make it easier to identify the real people, who are far fewer than the many corporate persona across the economy. If you could trace it back, what you'd find is that actually it's a much smaller number of people that are behind and who are the recipients of so much of Canada's wealth and resources. And so a public beneficial ownership registry is important in that respect too. Partly because of the conflict and the illegal war in Ukraine, many of our international partners are moving forward quickly on public beneficial ownership registries. So this legislation is important because it keeps Canada well within the international norm that I think on this issue is moving in the right direction. This is not something Canada should be falling behind on. And so I am pleased with the bill. folks that publish What You Pay Canada have done some excellent work. First of all, suggesting what a public beneficial ownership registry should look like, and then following up and providing, I think, useful feedback on the legislation. And the good news is that they are largely satisfied, and I think a lot of folks who follow this kind of issue feel that this is pretty good legislation. There has been discussion in the debate so far in the House about how so-called stacked ownership or different corporate ownership structures could be used to evade the public beneficial ownership registry. I think that's an important thing for us to look at committee. New Democrats are certainly open to discussions about how to improve the legislation, but feel that it's important that we do keep this moving at a good pace so that we keep up with our, not only our international partners who have accepted the wisdom of having this kind of registration, but also many provinces within Canada who see the wisdom of that, have been acting in their own jurisdictions to implement a public beneficial ownership registry. And I think one of the good components of the design of this federal registry is that it is meant to be a registry that can be compatible with provincial efforts and allow provinces to onboard at different times as they have their own debates and pass their own legislation in their provincial legislatures, but with a goal, I hope, and I understand the government is working on this. I commend them for that effort. I think that's a good thing, with the hope that eventually we'll have a registry in every province and territory that will contribute seamlessly to the public beneficial ownership registry of Canada, and I think that is a very good thing. So with all those reasons for having a public beneficial ownership registry in mind, and I think some optimism about the course that this bill has taken and the good work done so far, very much looking forward, Madam Speaker, to vote in favor of this at second reading and send it to committee so that we can enhance the bill where possible and ensure that Canada quickly joins the ranks of countries across the world that have public beneficial ownership registries. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate a number of the comments that the members made reference to. You know, the issue of tax fairness is really important to Canadians. That's one of the reasons why, Madam Speaker, one of the very first actions that this government did upon election back in 2015 is it did establish an increase in tax for Canada's 1% wealthiest. And we see that as a very strong positive. At the same time, we enhanced the tax break for Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. Even through the years, we've been able to invest a great deal of money, going into the hundreds of millions of dollars, to ensure CRA has the financial resources, again, to reinforce the issue of tax fairness, going after individuals that are trying to avoid to pay taxes. My question to the member is his thoughts in regards to other provincial legislatures across the country in the important role they play in passing legislation of similar nature.
The Honourable Member Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much. And as I was saying in my concluding remarks, it is very important that provinces be on board. Many provinces are showing leadership already, and I think it's one of the virtues of the way that the government is proceeding on this, that provinces will be able to onboard and provide information out of their own registries into the federal registry. And I understand there's been a lot of discussion between the federal government and the provinces. What I would say in respect to the tax fairness points that my colleague raised is simply that I think, Canadians, we look around at other jurisdictions, we see, revelations like the Panama Papers and others, and we hear the government talk about investing in recovering some of those funds, but actually the record is that Canada hasn't, where other jurisdictions have. And when we hear about the resources given to the CRA, they seem more to be spent on chasing the poor to recover CERB funds that they were encouraged to get by this very government. And the big tax cheats are getting away with it, either through tax havens or through the Canada Wage Subsidy Program, which the government hasn't deigned to even try to recover a dime for.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for a very thoughtful speech, as always. I'm wondering if he's given any consideration to the kind of amendments he would want to see made to this bill in order to improve it.
Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I think one of the things that's emerged from debate in the House is that the question of stacked ownership structures really is something that we need to look at. So I won't prejudge the outcome of that study in terms of, already thinking I know what the answer to that is, but I certainly think that's something that that the committee should be looking into, and I'm hoping that in their wisdom they will find some recommendations that make sense and can improve the bill in that regard.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The minister often, when the government passes a law that's imperfect but useful, and then the government says, well, we've acted and there's nothing to be done, nothing further to be done. And that was the same thing with the whistleblowers. So I would like to ask the member whether once the bill is adopted, then will everything have been done, or are there other steps that the government should take if they really want to fight tax fraud? The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona. Thank you. The short response is no. The work is not done just because the bill is passed. I would say that it's less of a question of resources because Revenue Canada has the resources, but it's how they spend the money. And it seems to me right now that they're focusing on Canadians who are already in a very difficult financial situation in order to recover sums that are outstanding. But there are big players who owe large sums of money, and the CRA doesn't go after them at all. So I think it should be about resource allocation, and the CRA must focus on the big players to recover big sums instead of really people who are too poor to pay their what they owe back, and they're small sums in any case. So they should go after the big players instead.
The honourable member for Cowichan-Mellahett-Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Elmwood Transcona for his remarks. And I really actually appreciated his remarks regarding the Conservatives' crusade against carbon pricing, because he's right. If we were to get rid of carbon pricing tomorrow, it does nothing to change the structural deficit that exists in our economy. And the fact that we have a system today where 40% of Canadians control 1% of the wealth and 1% of Canadians control 40% of the wealth. There has been a massive hoovering of wealth from a large group of Canadians to a very small group. And that's why we need a beneficial registry. We need to see who is benefiting from this obscene amounts of wealth. What I'd like, Madam Speaker, through you to invite my colleague to comment on is, over the decades that this has been occurring, what has that structural deficit led to? Like, what could Canada of today have been had we tackled these problems several decades ago? What does that mean to people's overall health, their well-being, their ability to access services? Because this is the structural problem that I think is fundamental to our policy direction today.
The honourable for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much for that question. I mean, I think one of the big watershed moments was in the mid-90s when the federal government decided to cut services massively. And what they did was they pushed the burden of spending down onto provinces, many of whom then pushed it down onto municipalities. And ultimately, it's landed on the shoulders of Canadians that don't have, because we don't have the same level of funding of social infrastructure as we had over 30 years ago in Canada. And part of that was done, if you look at the corporate tax rate, right? Like in the year 2000, the corporate tax rate was 28%. Today it's 15%. And if you look at the percentage of government revenue that's paid by large corporations, that's down in proportion. We were told that if they did that, Conservatives and Liberals both said, look, we're going to cut corporate taxes. This is going to allow businesses to invest in their businesses. It's going to raise productivity, and it's going to generate a lot more economic activity than holding the corporate tax rate where it is to be able to fund social services. But in fact, a common complaint of Conservatives these days, if you listen to the committee, and private sector economists, and a lot of people in the business sector, is that Canadian business investment is pathetic compared to our peers, and our productivity isn't keeping pace, because that money never was invested back into their businesses. It was shunted out into tax havens, and it was paid out in dividends that frankly aren't taxed enough, and all sorts of other things. And so the promise of the big tax cuts for the fat cats never came home to roost. It's why we should change what we're doing instead of doing the same thing and hoping for different results.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've heard from many across the country one of the ways to address the $30 billion in corporate tax loopholes from last year alone is to put in place a minimum tax on reported profits. That is, the profits that some of the largest corporations in the country report to their shareholders. Canadians for Tax Fairness estimates that could recoup $11 billion of that 30 every year. The governing party chose not to do that in Budget 2023. Could my colleague from Elmwood-Transcona share more about that?
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much for the question. And I mean, we absolutely need to be engaging in the enterprise of trying to ensure that this tax revenue isn't lost to go out of the country or to go to people that already own and control 40% of Canada's wealth as part of that small 1%. I myself have a private member's bill requiring that if you want to benefit from the tax advantages of these tax treaties that Liberal and Conservative governments have put in place over the years, that you have to have some economic substance to your business, because right now what counts as a business is just a business number and a small mailbox somewhere in Barbados. So, you know, requiring that business to actually have something like either a manufacturing facility or a desk and a computer with somebody hired to do some work seems like a pretty bare minimum requirement for any legitimate business. So there's what you suggested, and what my colleague suggested through you, Madam Chair, and then there's also some other ideas about how we can ensure that, you know, people aren't just paying a lawyer somewhere else to set up a fake company in order to get massive tax benefits.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member Sonia Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to say that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Calgary Centre. It's a pleasure to rise today and speak to Bill C-42, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts. C-42 amends the CBCA to require Corporations Canada to make public certain information regarding those with significant control or ownership of federally regulated private corporations in Canada, creating a national registry of these individuals. In this case, significant control is defined as someone owning or controlling at least 25% of the corporation's shares. The bill will also better protect whistleblowers, add new offenses, and give Corporations Canada additional inquiry, data validation, and information sharing powers. The government has stated its goal with this bill is to protect Canadians against money laundering and terrorist financing, deterring tax evasion and avoidance, and ensuring Canada is an attractive country in which to conduct business. The bill's title, while literal, doesn't speak to the good the bill will do to combat money laundering and criminal financial activity in our country. Because of this, the Conservatives support the bill in principle, with important amendments recognizing the sheer need for action on money laundering in Canada. The amendments I'll talk about later. First of all, I need to outline just how serious financial crime is in Canada, and thus the need for this bill. Madam Speaker, money laundering in Canada is so well known in the world that criminals call it snow washing. While it's a problem throughout the country, the worst of the issue is concentrated in British Columbia, especially in the Vancouver area. As stated in the Cullen Commission final report on the issue of money laundering in British Columbia, money laundering has as its origin crime that destroys communities, such as drug trafficking, human trafficking, and fraud. These crimes victimize the most vulnerable members of society. Money laundering is also an affront to law-abiding citizens who earn their money honestly and pay their fair share of the costs of living in a community. There can be few things more destructive to a community's sense of well-being than a governing regime that fails to resist those whose opportunities are unfairly gained at the expense of others. Under this Liberal government, and going back into certain governments in the 1990s, Canada became a haven for money laundering. Specifically in the 90s, the British Columbia provincial NDP government changed regulations that governed casinos. $5 bets became $500 bets at baccarat tables and private gambling salons, and which only grew from there. The Cullen Commission report indicates a stunning growth in cash transactions in BC casinos, first flagged by investigators in 2008, transactions that continued unabated until at least 2014, when casinos accepted more than $1.2 billion in cash transactions. Many of these transactions matched indicators for criminal funds delivered to casinos in bricks of cash or even duffel bags. The Commission indicated these criminal transactions involved loan sharks delivering bundles of $20 bills that had been packaged consistently with the proceeds of drug trafficking to high-profile foreign gamblers who had traveled primarily to Canada to play baccarat in secluded areas of the casino. And these high rollers often paid back the loan sharks the funds they gambled via transactions in their country of origin. In this evolution, BC gambling, real estate, and luxury items become favorite tools of criminals to launder foreign illicit funds. And I should say at this point, Madam Speaker, that it's ironic that it's the Liberal government that's bringing strengthening to money laundering bills. I'm glad to see it. But if we look at the history, even since I got elected, Joe Pesky Solito, who was accused of money laundering. Then we had Raj Grewal, who asked questions about money laundering to FinTrack at committee just before he was arrested and charged with fraud. And then we've got another backbencher who's flipping real estate deals, even though we know real estate is one of the key ways that money laundering is happening. And so, like I said, Madam Speaker, it's ironic that they're bringing this forward, but I certainly agree that we need to do something to rein in what is out of control money laundering. The Commission also found that BC's economy, including casinos, real estate dealings, banks and law offices, face big money laundering risks, and that the failures of the federal RCMP and FinTrack allowed money laundering to grow. The report indicated that FinTrack's reporting regime is essentially wasteful, and that the RCMP's lack of attention has allowed for the unchecked growth of money laundering since at least 2012. The report states one of the primary criticisms of the federal regime is ineffectiveness of FinTrack. While there's a statutory threshold that must be met before FinTrack can disclose information to law enforcement, the number of disclosures to law enforcement is allegedly not commensurate with the volume of reports that FinTrack receives, nor with the scale of money laundering activity in BC, according to Cullen and his team. He suggests law enforcement bodies in BC cannot rely on FinTrack alone to produce timely, useful intelligence about money laundering activity that they can put into action. It's true that FinTrack receives an enormous volume of reports from public and private sector reporting entities, but it produces only a modest number of intelligence packages that actually go to law enforcement. For example, in 2019 to 2020, the Cullen Commission found that FinTrack received over 31 million individual reports. In that same year, they disclosed only 2,057 intelligence reports to law enforcement across Canada and only 355 to law enforcement agencies in BC. Global news reporter Sam Cooper has been investigating dirty money in BC for years. He found that as of 2016, fully half of the luxury properties in Vancouver were owned through suspicious circumstances. The Prime Minister's known about this for years. The global money laundering watchdog warned Trudeau in 2016 that Canada was a safe haven for money laundering, particularly in our real estate market, and that a registry was needed to help identify and defer this activity. In fact, the watchdog gave the Liberal government a failing grade in 5 key areas because dirty money was able to slip into our businesses and our real estate market undetected and no questions asked. So that was 2016, and it's 2023. So where's the legislation? It's pretty late in coming. The Panama Papers data leak in 2016 exposed that international criminals have long exploited the gaps in Canada's corporate beneficial ownership regulatory scheme to engage in corrupt conduct through federally, provincially, and territorially administered corporations. Canada is generally perceived as having weak laws to combat money laundering and the proceeds of crime. As a result, in 2018, BC launched the Expert Panel on Money Laundering in Real Estate. They estimated that in BC alone, more than $7 billion of dirty money was laundered in 2018, and between $800 million and $5.3 billion was laundered through the real estate market, raising housing prices by an estimated 5% on already wildly expensive properties. The Cullen Commission report demonstrates that money laundering within real estate often involves the use of loans, mortgages, and in some cases, lawyers' trust accounts and the legal system. And it can also involve cash. The report provides this example. A criminal might take out a mortgage with the purchase of a property and repay the mortgage with the proceeds of crime. If the cash deposited for each payment is under $10,000, it will not trigger the requirements for a large transaction report to FINTRAC. Over time, criminals may accumulate multiple properties or higher value real estate using this strategy. The properties can then be sold, often at a significant profit in the Vancouver real estate market, with the criminal property owner receiving clean funds from the purchaser to complete the money laundering process. Law-abiding Canadians across the country have been suffering as a result of this issue. Since the Trudeau government was elected, the price of a home in Canada has... Oh, sorry.
Yes, I think the honourable member realizes that she slipped there, and I would just remind members not to use the first or last name of individuals, of MPs that are in the House. The honourable member for Sonia Lambton.
Yes, I do apologize. As I was saying, the price of a home under these Liberals has doubled, and many Canadians have entirely given up on the dream of home ownerships. Most young people now believe that owning a home is unachievable. So even if the money laundering problem is adequately combated by the passing of this bill, it's years too late, and it's not enough to stop the snow washing in our housing market that's escalating costs for Canadians. Some of my concerns with the bill are not just the fact that it doesn't include real estate in the scope, even though we know that's a major place for money laundering to happen, but also it only covers federally regulated businesses, and many business owners are provincially regulated. And so if the provinces don't come on board, then there are many ways that this could slip through the cracks. In terms of amendments, we'd like to see amendments to protect privacy rights in the registry. We also want the registry to achieve the government's stated goal and have the capacity to do so. Will the bill give law enforcement enough necessary tools to capably combat money laundering and terrorist financing? Conservatives have some recommendations. We should strengthen the new and existing penalties for violating reporting requirements under the CBCA. Corporations should be held accountable as individuals. And if the act is violated, there needs to be clarification on who can and can be exempted from the regulations. This bill is a critical update to our laws, and I look forward to seeing it at committee where we can make amendments to improve the bill and eliminate money laundering in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member will have 5 minutes in questions and comments the next time that this House is being debated. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today marks the National Day of Mourning for workers killed, injured, or made ill by workplace conditions and hazards. In 2021, over 1,000 workplace deaths were reported in Canada, with 18 of those young people from communities across the country. We must put health and safety at the forefront of all jobs to prevent further work-related injuries and loss of life. To start, we know that a unionized job is a safer job. Collective bargaining and the right to strike are fundamental rights, and these rights are central to our democracy and have resulted in improved working conditions for all workers. I'd encourage all my colleagues to read and press for the recommendations of the Canadian Labour Congress to ensure that every worker in Canada is safe. And so while we pause today to honour and remember each life tragically cut short, let's also continue to push for better. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Jim Howlett, who after a brief battle with cancer passed away on April 9th of this year. Our thoughts and our prayers are with his family, his wife Carol, their children and partners, Jesse and Keith, Katie and Vlad, Aaron and Stephanie, grandchild Evan, and close family friend and honorary mother, Lydia Cartledge. Madam Speaker, Jim dedicated nearly 30 years of his life serving as a volunteer on local boards and committees, including 17 years at the Hamilton Conservation Authority, and up until the time of his passing as a board member of the Hamilton-Oshawa Port Authority. He was an environmental pioneer, advocating for a clean airshed, clean soil in Hamilton's industrial lands, and clean water in Hamilton Harbour. He pushed all levels of government to make the environment a priority in his neighborhood, and much of the progress we've witnessed in and around Hamilton Harbour can be attributed to Jim's efforts. Most important to me, Madam Speaker, Jim Howlett was my friend. And I'm going to miss our conversations about all things Hamilton. His passing is an incredible loss for the beach community, the city of Hamilton, and our country. He will be sorely missed.
The Honourable Member for Parleneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Madam Speaker, as a Member of Parliament for Parleneuf-Jacques-Cartier, I have the pleasure of being in regular contact with the seniors of the riding. At each visit and each event, I can only admire their great sense of belonging as builders of our communities. Allow me to thank our Ms. Linda Lavoie-Leclerc from Cap Santé, Jacqueline Gignac from Deschambault-Grondines, Micheline Côté from Donnacona, Ghislaine Lepage-Alain from Lac-Beauport, Micheline Bernier from Neuville, Yves Laroche from Pont-Roche, Sylvie Lefebvre from Portneuf, Robert Julien from Saint-Albin, Carole Delbecq from Saint-Augustin-de-Desmaures, Martine Germain from Saint-Basile-de-Pont, Michel Després from Saint-Brigitte-de-Lavel, Étienne Dusablon from Saint-Casimir, and France Laprise from Sainte-Catherine de la Jacques-Cartier, Gaétane Martel from Sainte-Christine d'Auvergne, Monsieur Raymond Groslo from Saint-Gilbert, Denise Julien from Saint-Léonard de Porto, Shirley Kiley from Shannon, Gaétane Saint-Laurent from Stoneham, and Edith Boivin, whom I have the pleasure of visiting tomorrow at Riviera Pierre Bridal Ball. Thank you to all of you.
Honourable Member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, as a major energy producer, the global shift to net zero presents both a challenge and an opportunity for Canada. More than $100 trillion in private capital is projected to be spent between now and 2050 to build the global clean economy. We must capitalize on Canada's competitive advantages, including our skilled and diverse workforce, and abundant supplies of critical minerals and metals, clean energy, and technologies needed to power the global clean economy. We also have uranium and developing small modular nuclear reactors. We must attract investments for extraction, processing, or recycling of critical minerals essential for clean technology supply chains. We must take a Team Canada approach and work collaboratively with provinces and Indigenous communities to fast-track projects' implementation and realize our full potential. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
For over 40 years, unions, families, and communities have observed National Day of Mourning to recognize all of those who've tragically lost their lives on the job. Like my dad, who left us when I was just 12 years old, killed on a work site in northern Alberta where his employer recklessly failed to supply a safe work environment. To all those families like my own, I see you, I am with you, and together we will ensure that no more lives are lost. In particular, I want to recognize the many single parents who are left shocked by the sudden workplace death of their partners and are forced to parent alone, like my mom. To her and so many like her, thank you for always being there for me and for us. And finally, I want to say thank you to all of those who have shown kindness to the families who have lost their loved ones. It is because of your support that so many of us are able to stand and continue to fight for workers' justice today. It is the deepest of solidarity, and I will never forget that support. If you have time to spend with families and victims of workplace deaths at gatherings across Canada today, thank you. It means the world to us.
L'honorable député de Saint.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, April is the month of Autism Awareness Month, and I would like to speak on behalf of Canadians who are part of the autism spectrum because this community wishes and deserves to be listened to. Before becoming MP, I was a teacher and a specialized educator, and I worked in neuroatypical classes.
In order to thrive. Currently, there's a lack of support. Additional funding is required to provide students with autism, special education teachers, childcare workers, and behavior analysts, to name a few. When it comes to autism, early intervention is key. Families of children with autism need access to therapies that have been proven to significantly improve outcomes, such as speech-language pathology, occupational therapy, and applied behavioral analysis, which are too expensive for the average family to afford. These kids deserve that early intervention, and together I know we can do better to make Canada a more inclusive place for all. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Madam Speaker, the Charter of Freedoms and Rights is now in a whole bunch of fights. From religion to speech, Libs extended their reach and the courtrooms are full of their plights. Let's start with the censorship bills. C11 and 18 are the pills that restrict what we see and take down if they don't agree, against all Canadians' wills. And then let's go to the guns that sports shooters use just for fun. They'll put in a ban while the crooks to a man will keep theirs while charges are none. The privacy rights of us all will be toast if their bill doesn't fall. C27 won't aid our European trade if it doesn't comply with their call. And this is the end of my rhyme because I've just run out of time, or for sure there'd be more I could say on this score. Our rights I'll protect. They're sublime.
Yeah. The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Following a 3-year break due to COVID, I'm excited that the Cloverdale Rodeo will be once again taking place from May 19th to 22nd. Established in 1888, this agricultural fair and exhibition is Canada's second largest rodeo event. The Cloverdale Rodeo and Country Fair was created to encourage the development of agricultural resources in the Fraser Valley of BC. There will also be a variety of food vendors and a parade of over 1,000 participants, myself included. From marching bands to skateboarders, dance groups, and clowns, there'll be something for everyone to enjoy. Live musicians will play on stage as the surrounding community comes together to share in sport, art, song, and dance. I encourage both British Columbians and those outside the province to come and experience our Western hospitality. Join me in getting back to country and agriculture at the Cloverdale Rodeo this upcoming May-long weekend. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Madam Speaker, I would like to bring to the attention of this House the situation of just one of many political prisoners in Iran, Mojahed Kurkur, who has been unjustly sentenced to death by the Iranian regime. He was wrongfully convicted of the murder of a 9-year-old boy, despite the boy's parents having testified it was in fact state security officers who killed their son. Both parents were present when their son was shot, and the father was left paralyzed during the same incident. Mojahed has been subject to severe torture in prison and was only recently allowed to call his family after several months. The Iranian regime continues to harass and imprison women's rights activists who are protesting the killing of Mahsa Jina Amini and fighting for women, life, freedom. This is unacceptable. I call on Iran to stop the imminent execution of Mojahed Kurkur and to release all political prisoners and stop the executions. Thank you, Madam
Speaker.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last Saturday was the 7th edition of the Spaghetti Supper in Montmagny. The charity event organized by Les Enfants du Cœur was finally back after a 3-year forced break. The evening was a great success. 1,356 tickets were sold and a sum of more than $17,000 was raised. The profits from this dinner will support the Foundation's primary mission to support projects that encourage healthy lifestyle habits and promote sports activities among youth. I would like to congratulate and warmly thank Francis Fréchette and Frédéric Ouellet, the founders of Enfants de Cœur. I don't know if they're enfants de cœur, but nevertheless, thanks to their involvement and dedication, hundreds of young people have the opportunity to grow up healthy. I would also like to thank all the volunteers who ensured that the evening ran smoothly and the partners who made it possible for everyone to enjoy an excellent meal in good company. I am extremely proud of the vitality and community spirit of my riding. Long live les enfants de cœur.
Je vais me corriger avec...
I said Les Basques, but I meant Rivière-du-Loup, but I think that you understood nevertheless.
Barbara Rouge Park.
Madam Speaker, last week I called one of my favorite Canada Summer Jobs employers, Kajanan or KJ Chandrasegaram of Bliss Stations, to inform him that his budding company has been approved for the program. I was devastated to learn from his brother of the untimely passing of KJ on April 18, 2023, at the young age of 26. In 2018, KJ founded Bliss Stations, a dessert company based in Scarborough Rouge Park. His passion and determination turned Bliss Stations into a burgeoning force at major events in Scarborough and beyond. He persisted during the COVID-19 pandemic and came out stronger. KJ sought to expand his business this summer by providing 12 young people their first summer job. Madam Speaker, I'm heartbroken by KJ's loss because of his infectious spirit of entrepreneurship, determination, and sheer hard work. A life of promise was cut short, but I'm told that his family will continue to build his dream. Please join me in extending our condolences to KJ's family, friends, and his team at Bliss Stations.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Madam Speaker, last weekend I joined Rabbi Ruben Pupko for their Shabbat at Beth Israel Beth Aaron Synagogue in Côte Saint-Luc in Montreal. I was saddened to learn there of the loss of a great local leader, Debbie Sonberg-Aschenkopf, who passed away recently. Now, what a rabbi is to the Torah, so was Debbie to everything in that synagogue. She knew who liked to sit where, who was ill, who was doing better, who was getting along with whom, and who wasn't getting along with whom. Diane was literally the keeper of everything and all the knowledge in the synagogue, and by the tales of those there, I mean everything. She was also a committed and passionate Jew, absolutely devoted to her faith and to her synagogue. Debbie embodies the prophet Isaiah's teaching that each of you should give what you have decided in your heart to give, not reluctantly and under compulsion, for God loves a cheerful giver. And Debbie was a cheerful giver of her time and love for Judaism and Yahweh. Baruch Dayan Ha-Emet.
The honourable member for Essex.
Speaker, in 1984, April 28th was established as a National Day of Mourning in Canada to remember and honour those who have died, been injured, or suffered illness in the workplace. The Day of Mourning, also known as Workers' Memorial Day, is officially recognized in about 100 countries worldwide. Today, on the National Day of Mourning, we remember and honor those who have lost their lives or been injured on the job. Every year, too many workers are injured or killed while simply trying to earn a living for themselves and their families. We must do everything in our power to ensure that every worker returns home safe at the end of the day. This is the day to take a moment to reflect on the importance of workplace safety and commit ourselves to creating safer working environments for everyone. It is with great respect and also great sorrow we remember those who have given their lives or their health to go to work, and we realize that more must be done to protect them.
The Honourable Member for Orléans. Madam Speaker, on April 10th, I stopped by the 15th Women in Business Excellence Awards Gala, where 3 Orleans residents were recognized for their leadership. Congratulations to Lydia Marie-Philippe, Young Leader, Hortense Mwemba, for her community involvement, and Sabine Daniel, Icon of the Year.
Host an iftar reception with leaders of our Muslim community of Orléans on April 18, where we gathered to break fast. I would like to take this opportunity to wish Eid Mubarak to all, which was celebrated on April 21st.
It was with a great deal of pride that I celebrated the 25th anniversary of the Béatrice Desloges Catholic Secondary School in Orleans on April 20th with former graduates and principals, teachers, and students to congratulate all the staff and employees for their dedication to French language education for the past 25 years. Congratulations.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I want to bring this House's attention back to the horrible events that continue to unfold in Iran. Since the death of Mahsa Amini, the oppression from the Iranian regime has been relentless, and we must not look away. Today, I am announcing I'm politically sponsoring Samana Asghari. She's a children's rights activist and industrial engineering student that has been unjustly sentenced to 18 years in prison. We as members of parliament must continue to show the Iranian regime that we are watching, that we are looking at these individual cases, and we need to push our Canadian government to do more. Samana deserves her freedom. Iranians deserve their freedom, and they deserve to live in dignity with their human rights upheld. No one should ever be unjustly imprisoned, tortured, sexually assaulted, or worse, murdered for speaking out. Today, and until she is released, I will use my public platform to call for justice and freedom for Samana and for all Iranians. Women, life, freedom.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Madam Speaker, due to health problems, the Ethics Commissioner, Mr. Mario Dion, had to leave his position on February 21st after 43 years of public service, the last 5 of which were as Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. Madam Speaker, I want you to know that Mr. Dion has brought a sense of perspective to his position, and I would like to thank him for his excellent work today. Throughout his term, Mr. Dion has ensured that the population can have confidence in him despite the many failings of the members of the government with which he has had to deal. Let me quote him briefly. I firmly believe that educating constituents and the public about the importance of avoiding conflict of interest can help restore Canadians' confidence in institutions and ultimately our democracy. A huge challenge awaits his successor. Mr. Dion can leave office with his head held high. The office is a credible and admired institution. I would like to conclude by reminding you that it is urgent to fill this strategic position with someone who can be unanimous, because without a commissioner, there can be no investigation, and that is a situation we cannot accept. Thank you, Mr. Dion.
Member for Yellowhead.
Madam Speaker, the first vacation the Prime Minister went on was to a billionaire's private island who claimed he was a close personal friend. Wasn't this also his first ethics violation? In 2021, the first ever National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, he and his family jetted off to Tofino for a surfing vacation. This year, before going on vacation at a luxurious Jamaican resort, he received approval from the Ethics Commissioner. Well, that luxurious Jamaican estate belonged to the wealthy Green family, who have made big donations to the Trudeau Foundation. The Prime Minister stated Peter Green is a close personal friend. Wait, wasn't also the billionaire a close personal friend? Oh, well, it's different this time. After all, they are both rich donors to the Trudeau Foundation. Madam Speaker, I am sure all Canadians agree they can't wait until this Prime Minister takes a permanent vacation from politics.
The Honourable Member for Sackville Preston Chesapeake.
This week, the National Volunteer Week, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank all the volunteers for their hard work, the dedication, the commitments, and the difference they make in our communities. Too often we underestimate the hard work, the long hours that 24 million Canadian volunteers give of its free time to their communities. The work of many organizations and associations would not be possible without their generous contribution of their volunteers. I want to highlight some of them in my riding. The Sackville River Association, Hope for Wildlife, Vets Canada, Freedom Kitchen, Sakawa, Chima, Orenda Canoe Clubs all play an important role in Sackville Preston Chesapeake. Our communities would not be the same without them. Let us be grateful now and throughout the year for the hard work of our volunteers. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
While inflation, interest rates, housing prices spiraled out of control, the Prime Minister took a vacation. While Canadians from coast to coast commemorated the first Truth and Reconciliation Day, the Prime Minister took a vacation. While our airports and passport office lineups were out of control, the Prime Minister took a vacation. And now, while we face the largest public sector strike in Canadian history, the Prime Minister, and I'll let them figure out the next line. We know that the Prime Minister is not used to hard work, but can he at least pretend like he's trying?
The Honourable Tourism Minister.
For a question, and let's look at the facts. Canada's inflation rate has either remained flat or decreased now 9 months in a row. And at the same time, our economy has added, wait for it, 865,000 full-time jobs, 35,000 in March alone. Madam Speaker, while the Conservatives lack the confidence to invest in our country, Canadians know that the investments we are making are going to put this country on a solid path to prosperity for generations to come.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Speaker, there they go again telling Canadians that they've never had it so good. Do they really think that hardworking Canadians are that stupid? We have the highest inflation rate in 40 years. We have the highest interest rates in a generation. We have the most expensive housing on record. That's not an answer. Young people can't buy a home, single mothers can't buy food, and workers can't buy gas. The Prime Minister isn't working, and neither is his government. Does anyone over there really think Canadians won't notice?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Madam Speaker, I know the Conservatives don't like the facts because, you know, it's a problem when you're Conservative and the truth gets in the way of a good story. But, Madam Speaker, the reality is that we have had unemployment levels at 5%. Madam Speaker, 865,000 jobs created since the worst time of the pandemic. Our recovery is at 126%. Madam Speaker, faster than the United States, the fastest growing economy in the G7. And, Madam Speaker, when it comes to that former government's record on poverty, Madam Speaker, we will take no lessons from them. Over 700,000 people lifted out of poverty since we formed government.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
The Liberals have made this mess, and now they're trying to tell Canadians that they're going to be the ones that clean it up. All we hear from them is more spending, more taxes, more government. The very things that got us into this mess in the first place. Crime is out of control in our biggest cities. There's a 32% increase. Young people can't buy a home because the price has doubled under their watch, and groceries face double-digit inflation. The house is on fire, and the Liberals are showing up with the flamethrower. And anybody who thinks that this will work is indulging in pure madness. Will they come to their senses and and get out of the way?
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Actually, Madam Speaker, when the country was on fire, so to speak, because we were experiencing the biggest health and economic challenge in a generation because of the COVID pandemic, our government came with a fire extinguisher because we were there to support millions of Canadians, whether it was through the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, whether it was through the Canada Emergency Business Account, whether it was through the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, or what about the millions of vaccines that we provided to Canadians and the additional support we provided to provinces and territories to get us through the pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister is in New York, jet-setting with his buddies. Meanwhile, Canadians are suffering from the public service strike. In my riding, Mrs. Hamel, she is a mother of 3 children. She's from the Montchâtel area. She wanted to go on holiday with her 3-year-old son, but she doesn't have her passport. So she said she cried all she could. She stayed on the premises and waited, but they threw her outside without any emotion. They had no freaking empathy. They refused to let a 3-year-old go on holiday with his parents. So when is the Prime Minister going to get directly involved to resolve the strike?
Children and Social Development.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank you, my colleague, for this question. Unfortunately, passports are not considered essential. That's in the legislation, in the law. Unfortunately, during the strike, we cannot process passport applications. We understand that this has an impact on Canadians. That is exactly why we are at the bargaining table with the union, because we want to solve this issue. We want to end the strike soon because there are real consequences for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, that's exactly why it's time for the Prime Minister to be a true leader, because the government's been negotiating for 10 days without getting any results. It's time to change strategy because after 10 days, nothing has changed. Mrs. Hamel says she is disgusted, discouraged, angry, and sad. She wrote, "My poor child, he was so excited to be on the beach with us." For Mrs. Hamel and thousands of Canadians suffering from the strike, here's my question. When will the Prime Minister get back to work and be the Prime Minister?
To the Prime Minister and to the President of the Treasury Board.
Madame la Présidente, nous sommes à la...
Madam Speaker, we are at the bargaining table with the Public Service Alliance of Canada. I can tell you that our goal is to resume regular activities and services as soon as possible. Madam Speaker, the government is determined to negotiate a deal that is reasonable for public servants and fair for Canadians. Madam Speaker, I can tell you that bargaining agents are there, negotiators are there, and the government is at the table negotiating in good faith. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, in Quebec, French is declining as language spoken at home and at work. French is declining as a proportion of people whose first official language learned is French. So, in short, French is declining everywhere in Quebec. Unfortunately, the Liberal Action Plan on Official Languages invests tens of millions in promoting English in Quebec. all of Quebec's share is dedicated to English. Can the Liberals explain how massive funding of English in Quebec is going to stop the decline of French in Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Madam Speaker, it's very possible to defend French, to vigorously defend French without bullying, intimidating, criticizing, and attacking Anglophone communities, Madam Speaker, because whether we're Anglophone or Francophone, we are all Quebecers. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to take any lessons from anyone. The Minister for Official Languages gave us a real gem yesterday. Her action plan does not fund English, it funds the vitality of the English-speaking community. Oh, well, that changes everything. Yet nearly 30% of people now use English as main language of work in Montreal. Meanwhile, the use of French as main work language has dropped by 13% in the communication sector and 11% in the finance sector. So the vitality of English is alive and well. So why are the Liberals investing in English when French is the language that's under threat? The Honourable Canadian Heritage Minister. Madam Speaker, we are investing in many ways to strengthen French. We're investing through the Official Languages Action Plan. We're investing in television production, also in literature, culture, in so many ways. But, Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois should stop trying to pit Anglophones against Francophones, Madam Speaker. The Bloc should understand once and for all that whether we are an Anglophone Quebecer or Francophone Quebecer, each and every one of us is, at the end of the day, a Quebecer. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Madam Speaker, we are all aware of the Prime Minister's irrepressible and borderline pathological desire to be in the company of the rich and famous. But this is not the time for champagne and selfies with Hollywood actors. This is the 10th day of the biggest strike in the country's history. 155,000 people, a majority of whom are women, by the way, are on the streets to defend their working conditions and their purchasing power. Is the Prime Minister so out of touch that he doesn't understand that these workers are just fighting to avoid becoming poorer? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I just said, we are at the bargaining table. The Canadian government is negotiating in good faith. The unions are still at the bargaining table too. I know how important this work is. We acknowledge that it's important because the public servants, we value the work they do. They provide essential services. We need to give them fair wages, but we also need to find a solution that's fair for Canadians too.
Griesbach.
Today, as we mark the National Day of Mourning, we remember all those killed or injured on the job. It's been over 20 years since the Westray Act was passed, a legal framework for workplace health and safety, and it imposes serious penalties on unsafe workplaces. Yet the Liberals have refused to properly educate law enforcement or take steps to enforce it. It's shameful for all workers who continue to be put in dangerous situations. Why does this government continue to ignore workers who deserve protections on the job? Will they enforce the Westray Act?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I wish to pass on my sympathies to the member who I heard is SO31 with his father's passing on the job, because one worker's death is too many workers' deaths. Speaker, workers have the right to refuse unsafe work if they feel their life, health, or safety is at risk. Employers have the duty and responsibility to protect the health and safety of workers. They are encouraged to seek guidance from the appropriate channels, including Public Health Agency of Canada, industry associations, and the Canadian Centre for Occupation Health and Safety. They must do this, and protecting lives and illness is a top priority. Thank you.
Good job. Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Madam Speaker, it takes a special kind of incompetence to ramp up federal spending on the public service by over 50% and end up with the largest public service sector strike in Canadian history. The Liberals are spending $22 billion more on its employees and wages, but taxpayers are receiving fewer services, in some cases no services, from government workers. When will the Liberal government get its employees back to work and protect Canadian taxpayers from more debt and high taxes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Prime Minister and to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, Madam Speaker, it's really important to state that both parties are at the negotiating table. The federal government is negotiating in good faith. But, Madam Speaker, I know my receding hairline might give an indication that I'm a little bit long in the tooth, and I have a bit of a memory here. And I do remember on the other side of the aisle, when they were in government, what did they do every time that workers tried to have a collective agreement? They legislated them back to work, Madam Speaker. We believe in having a negotiated settlement that is fair for workers and is reasonable for Canadians.
Best. The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Madam Speaker, the largest public strike is not happening because of the Conservatives. We delivered on our promises. We didn't have a general strike of federal workers while we were balancing the books and cutting taxes on families and businesses. We were able to manage the federal government and keep delivering services to Canadians. The Liberals had 2 years to come to an agreement with the public service. Now 150,000 workers are out on strike. So again, when will the Prime Minister and this government get back to work?
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, the only thing the Conservatives did when they were in government is they balanced the books on the backs of Canadians. They did nothing when it came to helping Canadians get out of poverty, Madam Speaker. In contrast, Madam Speaker, what we've done is we've helped lift 450,000 children out of poverty, 2.7 million Canadians out of poverty, and at the height of the COVID crisis, you know what we did, Madam Speaker? We were there for every single Canadian, be it through wage supports or be it through services. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So for a while, we were running very smoothly. In the last two questions, there seems to have been members that feel that they need to either answer or make comments while others are speaking, which is not acceptable. Let's get back to the way that we were at the beginning of the question period. The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Madam Speaker, these Liberals didn't work. We've seen it time and time again. Inflation, passports, airports, cost of living, housing. Now it's the largest public service strike in history, despite increasing spending on the bureaucracy by $21 billion. There's no planning ahead, there's no leadership, no respect for taxpayers. Canadians just want their government back to work. Why is it this Liberal government never knows where the puck is going?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Speaker, we will take no lessons from that side of the aisle. Did you see what happened when President Biden was in this House, Madam Speaker? When the President spoke about women, they cowered. When the President spoke about unions, they wouldn't even stand up, Madam Speaker. Not only do they not respect collective bargaining, they ran a government that had economic stagnation for 9 years, Madam Speaker.
I'm going to get the Honourable Minister to restart his answer, and hopefully there won't be any interruptions this time.
Madam Speaker.
One moment. We don't have the attention of the House yet. Okay, the Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, we should roll the clip back when President Biden was in this House and the Conservatives wouldn't stand up when he talked about a gender-balanced cabinet, and the Conservatives wouldn't stand up when they talked about union rights. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives don't believe in collective bargaining. We do. We're going to get a deal that's fair for Canadians, a deal that's fair for the federal public servants. And Madam Speaker, why don't they like the fact that we had more public servants? I can't tell you, but they helped us get through the pandemic. They don't like it. Canadians do. We're going to get a good deal.
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Madam Speaker, Canadians are getting their lunch eaten and being told it's good for you. But under the Liberals, everything is broken. Canadians are being denied basic government services once again because of the largest public service strike in history. They say Nero played the fiddle while Rome burned. The Prime Minister is now doing the same. But knowing him, he's playing dress up. When will he fix the mess that he made?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Sports and to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Canadians deserve elected representatives who come to Ottawa with solutions, not just cheap shots and slogans. Triple's a coffee order at Tim Hortons, not a policy solution. It's not a valuable contribution to the debate in this House, but Budget 2023 invests in solutions like dental care for uninsured families, like investments in mental health, like more doctors and nurses to reduce wait times and make sure that Canadians can get the procedures and the surgeries that they need. When will the Conservatives propose some solutions instead of just these childish slogans? Some solutions, everyone. That's what Canadians need.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Well, we will have solutions when we are government. In Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier and in Valcartier, parents have to take leave because they can't get around in the streets. Canadians have questions that don't have answers about their tax filings. And also, people can't get passports. People have invested their entire year's savings to go on vacation, and yet they can't get a passport. This government is responsible for this strike. The only ones to blame. Where's the Prime Minister when it's time to negotiate and get the country out of this crisis? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, as I've said many times, we are at the bargaining table. We are there with the union. We are there in good faith, negotiating and bargaining in good faith, Madam Speaker. And I'm convinced that when both parties at the table are together working in good faith, we will reach a solution. Madam Speaker, there are, of course, some situations we want to avoid, such as the situation with the Conservatives, where every time there's a problem, they always blame public servants. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Madam Speaker, I don't think my colleague is catching what we've been saying for 10 years. The cost of bureaucracy has increased by 50%. Canadian taxpayers are paying for that, and yet they're receiving fewer services. Now, the Canadian Public Service has 155,000 employees on strike. This is the biggest strike in the history of the country. The government's inaction over the past 2 years led to this conflict. When will the Prime Minister come back and fix the problem?
Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What my honourable colleague doesn't seem to understand is that increased spending was to better serve Canadians throughout the pandemic. I know that the Conservatives seem to have forgotten that we had a pandemic. The pandemic was a blow, a shock to the economy, to our healthcare system as well. Our government was there for Canadians during the pandemic. We guaranteed that Canadians received wage support. We also were there for Canadian businesses. We will continue to negotiate and bargain well with the union. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Madam Speaker, at this point, the ties between the Prime Minister and the Trudeau Foundation are very clear. His family, his staff, and himself are involved. It's very clear. And the ties between the Chinese regime and the foundation are also very clear after a suspicious $140,000 donation. The Trudeau Foundation is a catalogue of friends of the Liberal Party, and that's why it's of interest to China. All Quebecers understand that. So one question remains: who can trust people from the foundation to investigate Beijing's moves to cozy up to the Liberal circles?
Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, where I agree with the member is that it is very clear. The Prime Minister has had no direct or indirect contact with the Trudeau Foundation for over 10 years now. That's well established, and it is very clear.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Madam Speaker, Ottawa must crack down. That was the warning of Raphael Glucksmann last week. He's the chairman of Europe's Special Committee on Foreign Interference. I quote him: "What has allowed for these repeated aggressions to take place is the absence of sanctions. In the European Union, there have been no sanctions." Madam Speaker, this is why the Bloc is calling for three things. First, an independent public inquiry. Second, a permanent independent inquiry office. And third, a law on foreign interference in order to properly equip the police. No one will be satisfied with a report that's been discredited in advance, a report by the Trudeau Foundation. When will the Prime Minister realize that?
L'honorable ministre des Affaires.
The Honourable Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs, Infrastructure and Communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My Bloc colleague knows full well that our government has strengthened laws to combat foreign interference in our democratic institutions. He knows full well, as well, that we have taken many measures, we have taken action, we've done things that were not in place in 2015 when we came into office. We have strengthened our democratic institutions and combated foreign interference. We've been aware of this for many years, and the good news, Madam Speaker, is that we're working hard on an ongoing basis to strengthen our legislation and policy, and we look forward to hearing from Mr. Johnston.
By using the Trudeau Foundation, a Beijing influence operation was successful. For $140,000, Beijing had access to the Prime Minister and to the man the Prime Minister picked to investigate and report on foreign interference in our elections. And what did that report say? Surprise! Nothing to see here. Is $140,000 the cost to influence our democracy under these Liberals?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, talk about bending the truth. The reality is very simple, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, the Prime Minister has had no direct or indirect contact with the Foundation for over 10 years now. The member knows that, Madam Speaker.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
These guys are unreal. They're the only ones who think that arm's length means literally holding a meeting arm's length from the Prime Minister's desk. Yes. They have allowed Beijing to directly interfere in our elections and gave direct access to the Prime Minister and the person who was supposed to investigate interference in our elections. It's unbelievable. It's frankly not credible. Conservatives have called for hearings to occur on this, and we've invited, because he asked in the newspapers to appear, Mr. Alexandre Trudeau to appear committee to answer questions. So the Prime Minister's brother's going to answer questions. The board that's falling apart is answering questions. When will these Liberals finally give Canadians answers?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, again, Madam Speaker, the member is very much aware that standing committees get the opportunity to call the witnesses that they so choose to call, and we respect that, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, Trudeau Foundation donors paid for the Prime Minister's luxurious $80,000 Caribbean vacation. The Prime Minister's brother signed off on a $140,000 Beijing bribe to the Foundation to buy his influence, and the Foundation held a meeting with 5 deputy ministers in none other than the Prime Minister's own office. And the Prime Minister claims that he has nothing to do with the Trudeau Foundation. Really?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, really. You know, I don't know how much clearer I can be on this issue. The Prime Minister has very much indicated that there has been no direct or indirect contact with the Trudeau Foundation. The member knows that, and that has not taken place for over 10 years now.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, there's more. The Prime Minister appointed the former president of the Trudeau Foundation to whitewash Beijing's interference in the 2021 election, interference to help him get re-elected. Convenient appointments, paid vacations, meetings in his office, and Beijing bribes, all connecting this Prime Minister to the Trudeau Foundation. When will the Prime Minister and this government stop insulting the intelligence of Canadians and admit that he's closely connected to the foundation that bears his name?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, to the member, tin hats are on sale on Amazon. You know, really, Madam Speaker, I've been very, very clear on the issue. The Prime Minister has not had direct or indirect contact with the foundation now for well over 10 years.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, while the Prime Minister is smoozing with billionaires, bankers, and taking selfies with Hollywood stars, 155,000 civil servant workers are on day 10 of their strike. In Winnipeg, 9,000 workers are on the streets waiting on this Prime Minister to deliver a fair wage to keep up with inflation. The Prime Minister's lack of attention, quite frankly, is disrespectful, Madam Speaker. When will the Prime Minister get to the negotiation table to deliver a fair deal that workers deserve?
Yes. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister and to the President of the Treasury Board.
Madam Speaker, let me make this perfectly clear. The negotiators for the federal government are at the table. The negotiators, and they're negotiating in good faith. The negotiators for the unions are at the table, and they are negotiating. Madam Speaker, the best deal to happen is at the negotiating table, and if they work together, I'm confident that they'll come to an agreement.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Madam Speaker, migrant workers in the care economy are essential. They deserve respect and they deserve to stay here if they choose. They take care of our aging parents, grandparents, and loved ones. The Liberals must grant permanent residency for migrant workers and their families, so they have the same protections and rights as any Canadian worker. When will the Minister of Immigration grant permanent residency for migrant workers in Canada?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire pour le ministre de l'Immigration et de Citoyenneté canadienne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to say thank you to the member for her question and for advocacy for caregivers in our countries. You know, as a former social worker, Madam Speaker, I know the hardship of caregivers, and I also have worked with caregivers in many of my roles before entering politics. And Madam Speaker, we have announced that we're reducing work requirement from 24 to 12 months to help reduce the barriers to get a PR. We sincerely value the sacrifice of our caregivers. We will always try to help people. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
L'honorable député de Sudbury.
Madam Speaker, today is a National Day of Mourning, when we remember those who died on the job and commit to safer and more respectful workplaces for all. A safe workplace is a fundamental right of every Canadian worker. One death in the workplace is one too many. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour tell us what our government is doing to help ensure workplaces are safe for Canada's workers on this National Day of Mourning?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member from Sudbury for continuing to support workers. Every worker in Canada has the right to a safe and healthy workplace and to return home safely at the end of their workday. On the National Day of Mourning, we pay tribute to all workers who have lost their lives, been injured, or fallen ill at work. As we pause to reflect, we also see April 28 as a call to continued action. As we honor the memory of those lives lost, we are rededicating ourselves to creating and fostering workplaces where all workers can do their best work knowing that they are physically and mentally safe, because one accident or one death on the job is one too many. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
We know that for years, Beijing has attempted to exert undue influence in Canada. But this is the very first government, the very first Prime Minister, who has willingly offered Beijing cash for access. The first government that's gone that far. $140,000 is all that it takes. It might as well be 30 pieces of silver. Why does this Prime Minister believe that our democracy is up for sale?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's somewhat unfortunate that the Conservatives want to continue the partisanship of attack, character assassinations, and so forth, when there are so many different issues that Canadians are facing today. One of the budget announcements that I'm very proud of and feel that Canadians are very glad to see is the grocery rebate, Madam Speaker. That is putting money in the pockets of Canadians, somewhere in the tune of the 11 million people will benefit by it, Madam Speaker. I think the Conservatives need to get in touch with what Canadians are really concerned about.
We're starting to hear a buzz again of people who are thinking out loud, and I would ask them to please keep it for themselves for a bit. because it's not their time. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. They say that if you don't learn from history, you are doomed to repeat it. So you would think that the Liberals would have learned a lesson or two with their many failed firearms policies, but yet here we are. Rather than focusing on the violent criminals who are causing havoc in our streets, they would rather implement a buyback program from our lawful, law-abiding retailers. So, Madam Speaker, why won't the Prime Minister get back to work and focus on criminals rather than lawful citizens?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Combating crime is a complex issue, and rather than offering solutions, the party opposite wants to come up with catchy slogans and be obstructionist when it comes to the policies we're putting forward. We need to be dealing with mental health. We are providing options when it comes to housing. We are very proud of Bill C-21 and the things that are being put in there to get a handgun freeze and additional penalties on organized crime. Madam Speaker, we're taking an overall approach to dealing with crime, and I'm proud of what we're doing.
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, classic Liberals, they don't want the facts to get in the way of a good virtue signal. But the facts are, Madam Speaker, that under the previous Conservative government, violent crime was down 20%. Under this Liberal government, violent crime is up 32%, and gang-related serious crime is up 98%. The Prime Minister would rather go on vacation than make sure that violent criminals stay in jail. So my question to you, Madam Speaker, is this. When will the Prime Minister take a permanent vacation so that Conservatives can fix what he broke?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Today, the Minister of Public Safety is actually meeting with Secretary Mayorkas and Attorney General Garland from the United States at a cross-border crime forum, because we recognize that this issue transcends borders. That's why we've invested in the borders, something that the Conservatives voted against. That's why we've invested in law enforcement, why we've invested in communities, so that community programs can be put in place to divert kids from gangs. We're taking an overall policy position on this, and I'm proud of where we are, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, on the streets and in urban public transit, Canadians are feeling less and less safe, and that's because this Prime Minister is soft on crime. Violent offenders are released the very day that they're arrested, and gun crimes go unpunished and or do community service. Will this Prime Minister finally get back to work, punish violent criminals, and protect victims?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, Canadians deserve to feel safe.
To feel and be safe. All governments have a role to play in this, Madam Speaker. We will not solve this problem with empty slogans and misinformation. We need to work together. In March, the Minister of Justice met with the provincial and territorial counterparts to address the problem of violent repeat offenders. After a very productive FPT, we agreed our government would table legislation, and we look forward to working with all parties to get to the right solution on this, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Madam Speaker, Ottawa has already reinstated Hockey Canada's funding, but there's nothing that's been solved in terms of sexual misconduct in sport. The Minister decided, without an acceptable inquiry and without waiting for the conclusions from FIWO, that this was fine. And there were very horrible testimony before the committee. So there's nothing being done to reassure young women in sport. It's practically unanimous in this House. There will be no change in sports culture without an independent public inquiry. When will the Minister finally act and launch this public inquiry? The Honourable Minister of Sport. Madam Speaker, first of all, I would like to commend the courage of everyone who came to testify before FIWO and before the Heritage Committee as well. And out of respect for those people who told their stories and for whom it was very difficult, we have to continue to work together in a nonpartisan manner. I have already said that we're going to launch an investigation to make sure that we make the right decisions to ensure that our children and our athletes across Canada are protected, both in community sport and in our national teams. And in a few weeks, we're going to be able to announce some good news. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the victims of misconduct are not reassured by this. Many of them have testified that they don't trust the current process through the Sports Integrity Commissioner, who systematically rejects 2/3 of all complaints, especially the apology of Hockey Canada. Hockey Canada does not help gymnasts, skiers, or water polo players. This is the entire sports culture must change. The House of Commons has already unanimously called for a public, independent public inquiry commission, and the victims have too. When will the minister act? The Honourable Minister of Sport. Madam Speaker, we are all on the same side here, and we agree that Canada's sports system must be improved and that self-regulation of sports commissions must stop. We are working now both with victims and organizations to put in place best practices to ensure better mechanisms, and we're going to ensure that these organizations protect children, protect athletes, and that we have robust rules in place. We are committed to this, and we're going to get the job done. Thank you.
For Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Madam Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians can't afford a place to live. What do the Liberals have to show for the $90 billion they've committed to housing? Mortgages have doubled, rents have doubled. It's $2,500 a month for a couple to rent one room in a townhouse. Not the townhouse, just the room. A government on autopilot can't fix a housing crisis. When will this jet-setting Prime Minister and his government get back to work?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize the challenges faced by Canadians affording, in order to be able to afford a place to call home. We've put together a national housing strategy which includes the Canada Housing Benefit, which goes directly to the pockets of vulnerable renters so that they can pay the rent. In addition to that, we topped it up with a one-time $500 top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit. But the Canada Housing Benefit continues to exist in every province and territory, and unfortunately the Conservatives voted against it, but we continue to make sure that each and every Canadian has a safe and affordable place to call home.
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Well, Mr. Speaker, for those in the middle class and working hard to join it, 8 years of these Liberals, things have never been more unaffordable. Despite committing $90 billion on housing, people can't find a place to live. The average rent and mortgage has doubled, and home prices have skyrocketed. It costs $2,500 a month for a couple to rent one room in a townhouse. Not a townhouse, just the room. When will this government get back to work and let small businesses build the homes that Canadians need?
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion.
It's really difficult to take the party opposite seriously on housing. That member has been on record saying that the federal government needs to do less on housing, that we should just download everything to the provinces and walk away. That kind of thinking is what led his leader to suggest that people should embrace cryptocurrency in order to opt out of inflation. That kind of thinking is what underpins their logic that somehow if we walk away, magically everything will work out. That is not the kind of leadership that we need. They need to get serious about housing, and they need to support our investments to support vulnerable Canadians.
Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Madam Speaker, I feel like I'm living in a dystopian fantasy land outlined in the novel 1984 and hearing doublespeak. Everything this minister says, we should just assume the opposite is the truth. The reality is in this country, self-employment is dropping off a statistical cliff, and as a result, less homes are being built, Madam Speaker. So I'll ask again, when will this government get back to work and let small businesses build the homes that middle-class Canadians need?
Yeah. Great question.
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, let the private sector figure it out. let the federal government walk away, don't invest anything in housing, and somehow magically everything will make sense. It's the same kind of thinking that led his leader to suggest magically that people can opt out of inflation by embracing cryptocurrency. That is not a plan, Madam Speaker. What is a plan is the National Housing Strategy that is investing in every spectrum of housing to make sure that Canadians have access to safe and affordable place to call home. The honourable member talks about housing supply, Housing Accelerator Fund, he voted against it.
The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
Madam Speaker, this week we celebrated National Tourism Week. The sector of tourism is vital to Canada's economy and to BC. It has been hard hit these past years. Can the Minister of Tourism tell this House what the government is doing for this essential sector? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Vancouver Granville for his question and for his diligent work. Our government is determined to see the tourism industry continue to grow and prosper, and that is why every year we celebrate National Tourism Week. We have invested $158 million in the 2023 budget so that Canadians and Indigenous partners can reach this goal. I would like to thank all of our partners and workers in the sector who are at the very heart of this industry and who work tirelessly to make Canada the best destination in the world. Thank you.
Okanagan Shuswap.
Look out, Canadians. This Prime Minister wants to tax your gas off. His plan, which will triple the carbon tax, will make it unaffordable for Canadians to drive to work or heat their homes. It is nothing more than a tax plan. His plan has failed to meet any emissions reductions targets, so now he's going to make you pay more. Yeah. Meanwhile, he's taking vacations burning taxpayers' gas. Will the PM stop saving his own gas and cancel his plan to triple the carbon tax?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, Madam Speaker, much like the Conservatives would like to deny it, climate change is real. And you know what else is real, Madam Speaker? Those checks that are arriving in people's mailboxes beginning April 14th, Madam Speaker. In my home province of Manitoba, $250 a quarter, over $1,000 a month, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, you know what's not real? Some of the conspiracy theories that are purported by the other side and cryptocurrency, Madam Speaker. I wouldn't invest in cryptocurrency, Madam Speaker. It's a really bad thing to do.
Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Canadians continue to struggle due to the soaring costs of fuel for their cars, homes, and their groceries. People on fixed incomes can't absorb the rising costs, and they don't have the opportunity to realize additional wages. This government is crippling Canadians financially, and to suggest that the carbon tax rebate covers the additional tax is absolutely nonsense. Madam Speaker, will the Prime Minister cancel the plan to triple the carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, Madam Speaker, good news for Canadians. Starting April 14th, those checks began arriving in people's mailboxes. In Alberta, $1,500 per year, Madam Speaker, and that's over $350 a quarter, $1,000 in Manitoba. 8 out of 10 families will be better off, Madam Speaker. Those checks, as I mentioned, will arrive quarterly. That's going to help with cash flow. That's going to help with affordability, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives don't seem to be interested in either.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Madam Speaker, my question goes to the Minister of Agriculture. The Olymel Slaughterhouse in Vallée-Jonction in my riding, which employs 1,000 workers, announced that it was closing in December 2023. This will greatly affect the pork sector, not only in Quebec, but also in Ontario. 70% of Canadian pork production is exports, and yet the Minister has not mentioned this at all since the announced 2 weeks ago. What is she going to do to help workers, and especially pork producers who are going to be directly impacted by the closure of Olymel? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Of course, my colleague knows very well that the minister is in Japan defending the interests of farmers in Canada. And obviously my colleague knows because he moved the motion that we're going to hear in the upcoming days concerning the Agriculture Committee. The Government of Quebec is committed to working hand in hand with Olimel. Obviously, Olimel made a business decision and has not reached out to us to find a solution, but obviously we're willing to work with the sector to defend the interests of farmers and workers. Thank you. I would just like to remind the members that he is not allowed to refer to who is in the House or not. And the other thing that I would like to mention is that I heard a telephone ring, so could you please ensure that your telephones are on silent mode and that they are not close to the microphones because we want to ensure the safety of interpreters. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, too many people are the victim of sexual violence. We know how important it is for police services to have access to important tools like the National Sex Offenders Registry to investigate and prevent sexual violence. We also know going through the criminal justice system process can be hard for victims. Can the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Justice tell us more about the new bill we introduced to protect Canadians against sexual violence and empower victims?
Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Calgary Skyview for this very important question, as well as his hard work in his community. We just introduced Bill S-12 in the Senate. It strengthens the National Sex Offenders Registry by requiring all offenders to register unless they can prove that they do not pose a risk to public safety. S-12 also gives victims more of a say in whether a publication ban is ordered and gives survivors a clearer pathway to modify or revoke a ban. Some victims want to protect their identity, others want to tell their story. It should be their choice, Madam Speaker. We look forward to the support of all of our colleagues in the House and Senate to ensure that Bill S-12 is passed quickly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Madam Speaker, the Port Renfrew Chamber of Commerce and sport fishers in my community are really frustrated. Starting July 15th, Fisheries and Oceans will close a prime Chinook fishing spot off the coast of southwest Vancouver Island without doing sufficient consultation with locals or First Nations. These hardworking people rely on this fishing spot to earn their income and support their families. So why, Madam Speaker, why is the minister yet again ignoring coastal communities and their expertise?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, in fact, if you look across the country, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans has put special emphasis on working with coastal communities, looking at a rural development strategy plan, whether it is focusing on small craft harbors, working on Indigenous knowledge, working with fishers to put in place programs that help fishers, that help communities, that help generate community wealth. That's what this side is about. But I take the member's question at heart, and I will bring that back to the minister and get back to him in due course.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, the Canada Summer Jobs Program is not only a financial lifeline for nonprofits, charities, and small businesses, it's a critical support for young people looking to get their start in the workforce. This year, though, the program's been cut by over 50%. That's 60 million less than even pre-pandemic levels. It means small organizations in my community, from Kafka to Red Raccoon Bike Rescue, are reeling. Does the federal government understand these drastic cuts have real impacts on essential community organizations across the country?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question. I know many of us in this House cherish what this program does on the ground in our communities for youth. What I would say to my colleague is that MP input on this program is vital to the success of this program, and our on-the-ground understanding as MPs of what's needed in our communities is really important to the success and important to the youth. And while the number of positions in some of our youth programs in CSJ have recovered back to pre-pandemic levels, we will keep providing opportunities to youth for youth employment across the country. Thank you.
And that brings us to the end of question period. À la suite de discussion.
Following discussions among the representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence to commemorate the National Day of Mourning and to honor the memory of workers killed or injured at work.
Members to rise for a moment of silence. Thank you. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers. Presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
From committees? No. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de...
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky-Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I am pleased to table a petition on behalf of Punjabi Canadians across Canada who are calling on this government to establish direct flights between a Canadian international airport and Amritsar in the Punjab. We have over 1 million Canadians of Punjabi descent. It makes economic sense. It's good for business. It's good for culture. Let's get it done, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as I've done before, I'm tabling a petition on behalf of constituents of mine that are calling on the Government of Canada to again recognize the ongoing genocide, the Hazara Shia minority in Afghanistan by the Taliban regime. They're also calling upon the Government of Canada to ensure that Hazara Shia minority groups are included in the 40,000 Afghan refugees to be resettled in Canada by end of year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for recognizing me to present this very important petition that relates to our essential workers and the important work they do, especially in light of what we saw during COVID-19, where we saw frontline healthcare workers working so hard day in and day out as essential workers, protecting the lives of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. What we have seen, though, afterwards, Speaker, is wage freezes that have been put on these essential workers, especially in Ontario under Premier Ford's government, where their hard work is not being recognized. And what this petition is asking for is to take action in order to prevent wage freezes and cuts on essential workers, to increase funding and to improve the quality of essential services, to prevent the privatization and to take action against the profiteering of our essential services and healthcare services, and most importantly, Speaker, also to support provinces in improving the quality of Canada's healthcare system. I very much agree with this petition and endorse and present this to this House. Thank you.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Regina, Wascana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity today to present a petition on behalf of the people of Regina and southern Saskatchewan regarding the RCMP depot in Regina. While the report by the Mass Casualty Commission had many good recommendations, the recommendation to shut down the RCMP depot in Regina is a non-starter for the signers of this petition. The RCMP depot in Regina is a world-class police training facility, and any required changes to police training should be done in the existing facility instead of shutting it down. The history of the RCMP in Regina is also a very important part of the local economy and culture. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to present this petition today here in the House of Commons.
Hear, hear.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There has been actually incredible growth of our Indo-Canadian community across the country, Madam Speaker. In the province of Manitoba, there's been all sorts of growth and in which that has created a significant demand for more international travel opportunities. In particular, the people that have signed this petition are asking for the federal government and different airline carriers to seriously consider establishing a direct flight that would go from Winnipeg International Airport to an airport in India, Madam Speaker, at the very least in Europe, and it is something that is really in need, Madam Speaker, and that's what it is that my constituents are arguing and asking for. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement. Projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Government Bills, Commons, resuming debate at second reading of BC 42, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my honour today to rise in this House and talk about Bill C-42, money laundering, a short description. Canadians would be surprised to know that aside from the soft reputation our country has on the international scene, Canada is increasingly known as a popular safe haven for criminals to launder and hide their money. In 2022, Canada ranked 14th on Transparency International's Corruption Perception Index with a score of 74 out of 100. Canadians would be in their right mind to ask why our country's score isn't higher, especially since this lack of transparency problem has been known for a long time, for the past 7 years to be exact. People will remember that in 2016, the Panama Papers leak exposed the fact that international criminals had been exploiting the gaps in Canada's corporate beneficial ownership regulatory scheme to engage in corrupt conduct through federally, provincially, and territorially administered corporations. That same year, the Financial Action Task Force, which acts as the world's international money laundering watchdog, warned Canada that it was being used as a safe haven for money laundering and that a registry was needed to help identify and crack down on this activity. Yet since then, under this government, Canada has been slow to act, and when it did, it failed to go far enough. It took until 2018 for the Liberal government to begin introducing requirements to increase transparency around who exerts significant control over corporations and assets in this country. In 2021, the Financial Action Task Force indicated that Canada had made improvements, but remained only a partially compliant in 5 areas and wholly non-compliant in 1. Laundered money was still able to find its way into our country, no questions asked. And now here we are in 2023, introducing measures that are long overdue to tackle a problem that should have been dealt with years ago by this government. Fortunately, or unfortunately for Canadians, while the Liberals were in no hurry to tackle the issue of money laundering throughout all those years, it has had a very real and devastating impact on a sector of our economy that affects everyone, one that keeps being mentioned extensively as of late. I'm referring to the housing market, Mr. Speaker. Since this government took office, the price of a home in Canada has doubled, leading citizens across the country to give up on the dream of home ownership. The situation is dire. 7 in 10 Canadians now believe owning a home is financially reserved for those that are wealthy. Part of this phenomenon of housing growing increasingly out of reach for Canadians is explained by criminals using real estate as a vehicle to launder their money in Canada. This is enabled by the fact that Canada's anti-money laundering compliance regime is itself least compliant with international standards when it comes to supervising real estate agents and identifying the buyers of property. For young Canadians looking to start a home and a family, this pushes prices up and puts their dreams of home ownership further out of reach. And why? Partly because they have to compete against criminals who wish to use real estate to hide their dirty money. Supply and demand. The situation is especially problematic in British Columbia. In 2018, the province launched the Expert Panel on Money Laundering in Real Estate. That panel estimated that in BC alone, more than $7 billion in dirty money was laundered across the economy in 2018, and that up to $5.3 billion of that money was laundered through real estate market, raising housing prices by an estimated 5%. It's no secret that housing is exceptionally unaffordable in cities like Vancouver, and criminal activity plays a non-negligible part in aggravating the situation. The situation is so dire that the number of British Columbians moving to Alberta reached a 20-year high in 2021-22. And for most, the main reason was affordability. Alberta is proud of its strong economy, one that welcomes Canadians from across the country with open arms and offers opportunity and affordability to its citizens. But due to the Liberals' weak approach to money laundering in Canada, the problem that plagued British Columbians now is following them across the Rocky Mountains. Calgary, the city I represent here in Parliament, is now also being used as a hub for the criminal network of money laundering groups that has grown across Canada under this government. Now, I knock a lot of doors in elections in Calgary Centre. I knock doors between elections. When I go into the large condos that have been recently developed, sometimes I'll find a condo where half the doors are empty. Nobody lives there, and yet they're all sold. There's been a lot of construction in Calgary, a lot of vacant suites, and yet there's nobody living in these buildings. And it is quite clear that those are foreign owners buying that property. Whether that's legitimate foreign ownership because people are actually moving their money out of where they live and want to make sure they have some safety elsewhere, or whether it's connected with the criminal intents that have also increased the illicit activity of drug addiction in Calgary, is another question entirely. It's a mix between the two, Madam Speaker, and that is something we need to address here going forward. My constituents are particularly concerned about it because of the effects it has across society, not just in the housing market. But housing is only one part of the problem. The broader issue at hand is the fundamental question of who owns what in this country. Are Canadian assets held by hardworking and law-abiding Canadians or criminals using it as a means to engage in offshore money laundering? As someone who worked in the financial industry for decades, I understand the importance of transparency and accountability, two things that currently lack when it comes to the ownership of assets in this country. In last year's budget, the government committed to finally implementing a national public registry by the end of 2023, ahead of the previously committed 2025. But this acceleration of the timeline in the Liberals' agenda was not prompted by the housing affordability crisis and its heart-wrenching impact on Canadians. Rather, it was the public concern about the misuse of nominee and corporate ownership by Russian oligarchs that lead to the acceleration of this timeline. That is why I support this bill, but I also believe that it should be more ambitious in its reach right now, as opposed to when the next international crisis forces the government to act. The fact remains that we are perceived internationally as having weak laws to combat money laundering and the proceeds of crime. Our Five Eyes partners see us as a laggard on corporate transparency. This is why Conservatives not only support the additional measures being introduced by Bill C-42, but also call on the government to do a number of things. Let me say that I'll interject here and talk about my experience. I acted in the financial industry for years. I actually represented a number of investors that had their money laundered through a bunch of different vehicles, and that was a manipulation of the legal process by several parties involved. This happens all the time in Canada. The laws are set out now. I know that since the 2001, 9/11 in 2001, the government tried to get more transparency through the legal mechanisms, the legal profession, to try and make sure they disclosed when they had transactions coming into their accounts of $10,000 or more. And that was overturned by the Supreme Court of Canada in 2015, that this, in fact, lawyers had the right to, in fact, withhold that information from governments. And what I've seen personally, Mr. Speaker, is that those lawyers give good advice on how to launder money through accounts in Canada, whether it's offshore accounts or whether it's Canadian quasi-criminals, if you will. Tough to call them that until they've actually been convicted. But this is a direct experience I've had. So the things we need to do, of course, is change the offences outlined in the bill and the existing offences under the Canada Business Corporations Act from summary convictions to criminal code offences. This would rank money laundering on par with the most serious offences under the criminal code in Canada, as it should. Change the threshold for significant interest at which disclosure is required from 25% control of shares to 10%. This is a threshold already used by the Ontario Securities Commission for public disclosure requirements. Reducing the currently suggested threshold would further reduce the ability of criminals to hide their activities. Clarify the degree of back-end access to the Registry of Law Enforcement in relation to the proceeds of crime and money laundering. Under the bill right now, in its current form, law enforcement, as well as the Financial Transactions and Reports Analysis Center, FinTrack, would require an affidavit to assess all of the information contained in the registry. That's about it, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the time. I have much more to say, but I know my time is limited. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was fascinated to hear the honourable member talk about some of the transactions between lawyers, because we know that transactions between lawyers' trust accounts aren't captured by FinTrack. Is he strongly, in favor of changing that? And the other thing I'd ask him to comment on is the beneficial ownership of broadcast outlets in Canada, because there are concerns about Chinese meddling, and we've heard, at least anecdotally, that their control over radio and television and cable stations, if it isn't ownership, it's certainly something else. But is that also worth a closer look in connection with this bill?
Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, I thank my colleague for the important question. I want to address the Broadcasting Act, because I'm not sure that should be covered here or should be covered in a different bill. But I will address what he talked about lawyers' trust accounts. Lawyers' trust accounts aren't held to the same standard as financial transactions. I remember in the financial industry, if $10,000 in cash came into your account, you had to report that to the FinTrack authorities immediately. If you're at a brokerage, $1,000 of cash was actually the hurdle. Your money laundering actually happens at things like currency exchanges, where people walk in with $1,000 and they'll actually exchange $999 and effectively make it that way. So we do need to include the trust from lawyers in here. We'll watch them fight it again in the Supreme Court, but making sure that we actually bring them under the umbrella of what's acceptable for money laundering mechanisms in Canada is very important. Thank you.
L'honorable député pour Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his very interesting speech. I think we share the same vision on this bill. Now, in the speech of his colleague who spoke before him, the member for Sarnia-Lambton, in order to demonstrate how the government is not doing enough, she brought up the Panama Papers scandal. The government boasts about taking a lot of action. Meanwhile, the CRA recovered less money than Revenue Quebec recovered. And just for comparison, the UK recovered $317 billion, UK $246 billion, Spain $209 million, France and Australia over $100 million, and Canada $21 million. So barely any money. Does my colleague agree that the government needs to do a lot more than it's currently doing?
Center.
I thank my colleague for this good question. He is right. The Canada Revenue Agency is very weak, and especially when compared with other countries. Other countries recovered more. There is money laundering in countries like Panama, and I'm certain that we should have better results from the Canada Revenue Agency. Thank you.
Time for a brief exchange. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the Honourable Member on the need to combat money laundering, tax evasion. On the disclosure norms, I think he mentioned that the threshold of 10%, he seems to agree with that. My question is that why should we have any threshold of any percentage before the names of the shareholders be made public? It's very easy to overcome this sort of threshold. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
That's a good question, and I appreciate that very much. We should have a beneficial owner threshold that actually says who controls these companies. Because a lot of them will be in separate nominated accounts that might have the same person behind them. But eventually we have to see our way to who those people are. So, like my colleague I think is alluding to, if you have 11 people owning 9% of a corporation, none of those have full 10%. So in that case, that beneficial ownership should be quite clear that it's the same entities that control that corporation. So it is something that he's right, we should capture, making sure we're talking about beneficial ownership of at least 10% or more. There comes a point in time when you're just a passive investor, but 10% you actually are a participant, in my opinion. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with Honourable Member from Richmond Hill. I rise to speak on Bill C-42 that will implement a public and searchable beneficial ownership registry of corporation governed under the Canada Business Corporations Act. We have an issue with money laundering and terrorist financing. To deal with this, we need tools and mechanisms in Canada that is in line with international best practices. Creating a public and searchable registry will increase the transparency of beneficial owners of federally regulated Canadian corporations, which will increase corporate accountability and improve public trust in corporate institutions. These measures will help protect Canadians against money laundering and terrorist financing, deterring tax evasion and tax avoidance, and making sure Canada remains an attractive place to conduct business. I will take a moment to mention what corporations are. Corporations exist basically to allow individuals to channel their capital for the benefit of making profits. The corporation, as we know, came into existence in the 1844 Act in Britain, and the shareholders were granted limited liabilities in 1855. In 1866, the United States Code declared a corporation is a natural person. Basically, while the corporation channeled the resources for investment in the commercial enterprise, it limits the liabilities of the person to the capital contributed. I'll quote from an article published in New Internationalist. What is a corporation? Ambrose Bierce Devil's Dictionary defines it as an ingenious device for obtaining profit without individual responsibility. It's a legal construct, a charter granted by the state to a group of investors to gather private funds for a specific purpose. Originally, charters were granted in the service of a public purpose, and could be revoked if this were not fulfilled. The relationship between the state and corporation is a complex one. Over the past 400 years, corporations have conquered territory and brought in resources for the state and breaking laws put in place to constrain them and gaining in power and privilege. History shows a repetitive cycle of corporation overreaching, causing such social turmoil that state is forced to rein them back through regulation. Now, corporations are being created for no other purpose than to evade or avoid taxes. Supreme courts around the world have ruled on the difference between tax avoidance and tax evasion and mentioned that if there are any transaction followed by an individual or a corporation that does not have any impact or consequence other than to reduce or eliminate tax, the transaction can be declared null and void. So we need to take all steps to rein back and to plug the loopholes that are exploited by individuals and corporations to avoid or evade from paying their fair share of taxes. In Budget 2022, we committed to implement a public and searchable registry of beneficial ownership information. The registry will cover corporations governed under the Canada Business Corporations Act and will be scalable to allow access to the beneficial ownership data held by provinces and territories that agree to participate. The objective of the registry is to provide relevant authorities with timely access to accurate and up-to-date information about the true controlling individuals of corporations in order to combat illegal activities, including money laundering, corruption, and tax evasion. The objective of the registry is to provide relevant authorities with timely access to accurate and up-to-date information about the true controlling individuals of corporation in order to combat illegal activities, including money laundering, corruption, and tax evasion. Greater transparency will also improve corporate accountability more generally and thus help protect the public, improve trust in corporate institutions, and ensure a well-functioning marketplace. As it currently stands, corporations are already obligated to compile some beneficial ownership information. Upon entry into force of this new piece of legislation, corporations will need to collect additional information from their beneficial owner like citizenship, residential address, and send the information in their register of individuals with significant control to Corporations Canada on an annual basis and within 15 days on which a change is recorded in the register. I think there are a couple of shortcomings in the current bill which can be overcome. One is the fully publicly disclosing the names and citizenship of shareholders or members of corporations. The fundamental question is, why should public not be aware who are investing in corporation, including their citizenship being known? It is not the fundamental right of any individual that he or she can be a shareholder. It is a privilege offered by the states through various acts, so why the public not be aware of individuals who are shareholders, including their citizenship? I do understand the need for the privacy on info like the address of a shareholder, which is something that has been addressed. But there is no reason why the names and citizenship of the shareholders of any corporation be kept from becoming public. Especially, we Canadians should be aware of foreign nationals investing in Canadian corporations, and disclosing their citizenship is a must. There is another suggestion that the info may be disclosed only if a threshold of ownership is significant and exceed a certain mark. For significant shareholding, the threshold is 25% in some jurisdictions and 10% in some other jurisdictions. But using a threshold to limit disclosure requirements creates a loophole which can easily be exploited. If the threshold is fixed at 25%, 5 people could form a corporation with 20% each, or 11 people could form a corporation if the threshold is 10%. On the positive side, through this bill, we have sought to limit administrative burden by leveraging existing intake and reporting mechanisms that federal corporations already are familiar with. Federal corporations, for example, already required to update Corporation Canada within 15 days after a change of directors occurs and file an annual return. We have carefully considered domestic and international best practices in developing the proposed beneficial ownership registry regime, including the UK's system. We also have made sure the proposed model would meet and exceed the standards for beneficial ownership transparency maintained by the Financial Action Task Force, the global anti-money laundering and anti-terrorism financing body, of which Canada is a founding member. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I just want to reiterate that this is a good bill, which is very much required, and we have to bring Canadian standards in line with the international best practices. But there are certain shortcomings, which I hope should and must be addressed at the committee stage. And I'm sure that with the cooperation of all parties in this House, this bill will get passed and it will become a legislation sooner than later. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Mission Maskey, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Nepean for a thoughtful speech and for raising 2 areas of amendment on disclosure of info such as citizenship and the significant interest threshold, which members on our side during the debate have raised today as well. I would like his opinion about whether the Liberal Party is open to further amendments on the penalties for corporations and individuals. In some cases, penalties in the legislation go up to $200,000, but are as low as $5,000 in other cases for corporations. Would the member opposite be open to further amendments to ensure that people who seek to launder money in Canada and have a registered corporation at the federal level would be accountable to higher penalties? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, on the question of disclosure information, my understanding is that the bill does disclose the citizenship and other details to various law enforcement agencies. However, my view is that the citizenship information must be available to the public too. On the question of imposing penalties and amendments to it, personally, I'm in favor of changing the penalties if they are too lenient. We have to make it something worthwhile for the people who break the law, that the penalty they should be paid should be sufficiently high to cause at least some pain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-47, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28, 2023. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage.
Continue with questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Joliette.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, a comment with the gag order that's just been issued. I'd just like to remind all colleagues in this House that at the Finance Committee, we're already pre-studying C-47. It's going very well. And we sit until midnight, and that allows colleagues in the House who wish to speak to C-47 to do so. So there was no need to impose this gag order. That is a breach of the rights of the parliamentarians in this House. It's shameful. What does my honourable colleague think?
I will remind members there's a lot of latitude on debate. We're meant to be speaking to Bill C-42 at this time. That being said, I'll allow the Honourable Member for Nepean to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, that is not part of the Bill C-42 that we are debating, but I would like to take this opportunity to hope and solicit the support of Bloc Québécois to passing this important legislation that we are debating today, and so that we will have certain.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his comments on this bill. I'm wondering on the issue around money laundering, the impact for housing has been significant. In fact, in British Columbia, it has been indicated that it has contributed to as high as inflating the cost of housing by 5%. So with this piece of legislation, could the member advise whether or not it will be effective in addressing the issue, particularly on a land registry perspective?
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware that the land registry can be dealt under this bill. I'm not very particularly sure, but I do agree with the sentiment expressed by the Honourable Member on the impact of the corporations investing in real estate and driving up the prices, unnaturally causing hardship to Canadians in owning a property. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague, and just wanted to get his thoughts in regards to, the federal government has been demonstrating very strong leadership by bringing forward the legislation. We hope to be able to see the legislation. We kind of get a sense of the support for the legislation, but there's also an obligation, if I can put it that way, for other jurisdictions in Canada, provinces in particular, to also step up at the same time, and Ottawa is more than happy to assist and work where it's needed, but it is important that we see other jurisdictions also take actions of sorts, and I'm wondering if he can provide his thoughts on the importance of that.
With about 30 seconds remaining, the Honourable Member for Nepean.
I think Honourable colleague brought in a very important consideration. The nature of Canadian system is that the corporation can be set up under the provincial jurisdiction. They do have certain limits on various things like the threshold for disclosure of ownership. And through this bill, we have provided a mechanism for the reporting mechanism to be streamlined, working with the provinces. But on the other aspects of the bill, I hope that the provinces will step up and work with the federal government to have a uniform system in place in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to address the Chamber on Bill C-42, amending the Canada Business Corporation Act, or CBCA, and making consequential changes to other statutes. Mr. Speaker, we are here to discuss this proposed legislation because of a lack of beneficial ownership transparency is impairing Canada's ability to combat serious financial crimes like fraud, money laundering, and tax evasion. It also limits our capacity to enforce domestic and international sanctions and to effectively trace and freeze financial assets. Finally, it's impacting the trust of Canadians and foreign investors in our marketplace. Our inability to quickly and quietly identify a company's beneficial owner delays criminal investigations, denies law enforcement, leads to potential suspects, witnesses, and evidences, and impairs the identification and seizure of suspected proceeds of crime. It also reduces the ability of private businesses to protect themselves. Bad actors have long used corporate vehicles to obscure the ownership and control of assets to the deterrent of Canadians and other confidence in private businesses. A public beneficiary ownership registry would complement the existing tools of law enforcement by facilitating the identification of chains of ownership without the risk of altering the suspects of an ongoing investigation. In turn, this would help prevent the dissipation of criminal assets subject to investigation or freezing orders. The need for this type of registry has by now been well established, notably by public consultation held by the Government of Canada in 2020, as well as the Commission of Inquiry into the Money Laundering in British Columbia more recently. Such registries have moreover existed in the United Kingdom and many countries since 2016 and have proven a useful tool in deterring misuse of corporations for illicit finance activity by law enforcement, journalists, and civil society. In 2018, for example, Transparency International found that the then Czech Prime Minister was the sole beneficiary of 2 trust funds owning shares of Czech conglomerate in receipt of EU subsidies. In a significant conflict of interest, Slovakia's public registry showed that the Prime Minister remained the ultimate owner of these trusts. In 2019, the department responsible for the UK registry, a world pioneer, published a review of lessons learned so far. All law enforcement organizations the department spoke to had used the register to inform criminal investigation, with most reports using it at least weekly, and noting the positive effect it had on their work. According to the other resources, the UK register was accessed more than 2 billion times a year. More recently, the Open Lux investigation by journalists who compiled and analyzed the data from Luxembourg Public Beneficiary Ownership Registry uncovered politically exposed person, criminal organization, an arms dealer, and oligarchs linked to Luxembourg companies. A beneficial ownership registry will also serve tax authorities here and abroad who will be able to use the information to track and fix tax evasion and aggressive avoidance. The Panama Papers, as well as other mass leaks, have shown that private players look for places with weak beneficial ownership transparency and then layer ownership of corporate entities across those jurisdictions to obscure personal ownership interests and income. The longer the chain of entities between the income and the beneficial owners, the harder the truth is to ascertain. We should not underestimate the significant burden tax evasion and avoidance are on Canadian economy. More generally, placing beneficial ownership information in accessible registry provides criminal and civil intelligence values, helping law enforcement and regulators stay abreast of evolving fraud cases and trends, and ways that corporations may facilitate these trends. This awareness supports actionable intelligence to generate investigation leads. Certain government authorities may also have a bona fide interest in identifying the beneficial owner of corporation that they do business with, license or oversee. Madam Speaker, making beneficial ownership information publicly available further supports good governance and trust. All businesses can check who they're doing businesses with by reviewing the registry of potential suppliers and customers, and businesses regulated for anti-money laundering purposes can consult the registry to support their due diligence. Registries and the transparency they foster further serve as a deterrent to illicit actors. When reporting and disclosure requirements are tightened against a particular sector, product, or services, prospective criminals will shift their tactics to find alternative ways of laundering funds. By depriving owners of their anonymity, registered will make Canada a less desirable jurisdiction to commit financial crime, forcing them to use more risky criminal vehicles or to go somewhere else entirely. Madam Speaker, all in all, it is clear that the registry proposed by the bill would significantly improve Canada's ability to fight financial crime. It would help public authorities verify owners across corporate layers, help businesses better validate the identity of the trading partners, fight money laundering, fight tax evasion, and render more difficult the use of corporate for illicit activities. I hope all members of this House join us in supporting the passage of this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Joliette.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie l'honorable collègue pour son discours très intéressant.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. Very interesting. Concerning tax havens, he talked about the Panama Papers scandal. Does he agree with me that Canada, despite all the sums invested, despite all the laws that are in place to give intervention powers, the CRA recovered less money than Revenu Québec, and when we compare the figures in the UK, 317 million, Germany 246 million, Spain 209, Australia 176, and Canada only 21 million. Is that acceptable? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, thank you to the honourable member for asking that question. Naturally, it's not acceptable. But however, all those tools are still open to us that exist, and we are hoping that this bill would further strengthen the regime that we have and allow us to be able to increase our vigilance over those type of illicit activities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member from Richmond Hill for a thoughtful speech. One of the concerns that I have with the bill is the ability of law enforcement agencies in Canada to actually use the information in a correct way to go after money launderers and those who would be committing crimes under the Terrorism and Financing Act. I was pleased to see that the member from Richmond Hill referenced the Calling Commission in British Columbia, and I'm just wondering if the Liberals would be open to exploring at committee stage further clarifications as to the power of law enforcement to use this tool to actually get at the root of the criminals undertaking money laundering in Canada and denigrating our institutions and as a result Canadians losing faith in the ability of our law enforcement to combat these types of crimes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to my colleagues across the aisle. Indeed, we are looking forward for this bill to get to the committee, and there we have the opportunity to explore all the opportunities that are available to us to be able to further strengthen this bill. Any measures and any tools, or regulation or legislation that helps our law enforcement officer to be able to identify criminals, identify people who are money laundering and who are using the values of Canadian people in a very negative way, needs to be addressed, and they need to be empowered. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Vancouver East.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. The issue around money laundering impacting real estate, it is very significant. And in fact, a special panel did a review on this in British Columbia. And one of their top recommendations would be to have a beneficial ownership of land registries across the country. BC did that. I believe that we need to do that given the housing crisis that we're faced with and the conservative estimation of the impact of money laundering in real estate in British Columbia has been at least a 5% hit in terms of cost to housing. So I previously asked this question, and it appeared that the government members does not think that this is incorporated into the bill. So my question to the member is, does the member think that this should be incorporated into the bill and to ensure that we also tackle money laundering in real estate?
Our member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, we need to make sure to tackle money laundering through real estate. I believe if the real estate is purchased through corporation, the current bill would be able to assist, but I strongly suggest that we introduce a land registry with beneficiary, with a clear indication of who the beneficiaries are, because that is in itself is a tool to be able to flip real estate and further assist in the laundering of money across. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to rise and speak on Bill C-42 today. I think it is very important for us to recognize that as time goes by, we have had very much a heightened sense of awareness on such an important issue. If I reflect back to a number of years ago, very rarely would you hear about the types of situations that are being debated today inside the chamber. Very much aware of things like the Paradise Papers and the issues surrounding corporations, the issues surrounding money laundering, and so much other, Madam Speaker, issues. But to the degree in which not only is Canada, but other countries around the world are looking at ways in which we can deal with the issue of beneficial ownership and the impact that that's having, looking at a registry and trying to improve the system, Madam Speaker. And in listening to the many comments already today from members across the way and members even within the Liberal caucus, you will find that there seems to be fairly widespread support. Yes, I respect that opposition members and others do have questions in regards to the legislation, and I suspect that there's the opportunity once we get into the committee stage to look at what possibilities there might be in terms of if there's ways in which we can strengthen the legislation. I've been actually encouraged by the debate thus far on the legislation. I've had the opportunity to ask a few questions, and I'd like to be able to highlight a few concerns in a broad way that I have, Madam Speaker. If I listen to if I want to respond to the debates that were being expressed, there's a couple of things that come up. In particular, the NDP made reference to the whole issue of tax fairness, of the issue of lost revenues, and I think that if you were to canvass Canadians as a whole, what you would find is that Canadians do not mind paying their taxes as long as there's a sense of fairness to it, Madam Speaker. And people want to pay or are prepared to pay their fair share, Madam Speaker. And that's the reason why, if you take a look at it over the last number of years, virtually since we've been in government, there's been a number of actions that the government has actually taken to build on the fact that Canadians' expectations are that we improve and make the system better for all, Madam Speaker. And I don't know how many times I've had the opportunity to be able to talk about some of the initial initiatives that we had taken as a government. And I'd like to kind of start off from that particular point, that, shortly after being elected, in recognizing that Canada's middle class and supporting Canada's middle class, there's a number of tax initiatives that could in fact be taken, and actions by the government. And I would like to be able to amplify a couple of those initiatives. The first one that comes to mind, of course, Madam Speaker, is the actual tax reduction legislation that we brought forward for the middle class, Madam Speaker. Piece of legislation, very clear at the beginning of the mandate, saying that we want to ensure that there is a higher sense of tax fairness by enabling a break for the middle class. At the same time, Madam Speaker, if you'll recall, there was an additional then tax that was put on to Canada's 1% wealthiest. And that is something in which we have recognized as an issue again about tax fairness. We have seen other budgetary measures. I made mention in my questions about the issue of tax avoidance and those individuals that will go out of their way in order to ultimately pay their fair share of taxes, Madam Speaker. And this is something in which we, again, I would suggest to you, look at it from a point of view or put on a lens of tax fairness. If we are going to be true to our words, it means that we needed to be able to finance or properly resource the CRA in terms of being able to go after those individuals and groups or corporations that were in fact trying to avoid paying taxes, Madam Speaker, in questionable ways. And what we have found is, and it was significant amounts of dollars that were allocated, Madam Speaker, and not over one budget, but over a couple of budgets that come to mind right offhand. Pre-pandemic, Madam Speaker, where we've seen an investment, an additional investment of hundreds of millions of dollars. Don't quote me on it, but I believe if you were to combine the total investments that the federal government has put in terms of supporting CRA in going after individuals that are trying to avoid individuals or corporations in terms of trying to avoid having to pay their fair share of taxes, is likely just over $1 billion, Madam Speaker. And the expectations for CRA is to look at ways in which we can recuperate or recover that money, I should say, Madam Speaker, those lost taxes. I know that there have been well over, the last time I saw a number of records that were being looked at, Madam Speaker, it was well over 1,000 files, well over 1,000. And if you were to contrast that, let's say, to pre-2015, where it might have been less than 100 type of thing. So we know that CRA is in fact much more proactive today than it has been in the past. And again, from my perspective, it is about looking at ways in which we can ensure that there's a higher sense of tax fairness. In the recent budget, we have a sense in terms of taxes, again, with respect to, let's say, banks and insurance, where inappropriately high profits were taken, Madam Speaker, and especially tax that's being put into those sectors in the most recent budgets, Madam Speaker. Again, with the goal in terms of ensuring that there's a higher sense of tax fairness. The member from Elmwood Transcona also made reference to the whole issue of corporate tax, and I noticed that he tend to try to group the Liberals and the Conservatives together, saying that whether it's Liberals or Conservatives, that we believe in giving corporate tax breaks. And Madam Speaker, yes, there have been corporate tax breaks. I'm not one that believes in the trickle-down theory of corporate tax breaks personally. But I can tell, I would suggest to the member that where we look at where NDP governments or the NDP party has had the opportunity to govern, in particular my home province of Manitoba, that you will find that there were corporate tax reductions while I was in opposition, while you had Premier Gary Doer, who was NDP. So I think that you have political parties of all stripes that have seen and implemented corporate tax deductions, Madam Speaker. And Canadians are very much concerned when they hear of that, especially if they're having to pay their taxes during a time in which there's all sorts of inflationary demands. So if you take a look at the comments that I just put on the record, and then you add on to it the need for C-42. C-42, again, is an attempt by the government to do a number of things, because it's not only ensuring that there is an issue of tax fairness, it is also, Madam Speaker, going to be there to ensure that there's a higher sense of transparency and accountability. As it has been pointed out, money laundering is a very serious issue in Canada. Some provinces more than other provinces. And it has had an impact that ultimately has caused a great deal of hardship. And the best example is likely the one that the member across the way mentioned in regards to housing, where you have speculators and people that are wanting to launder money, ultimately use housing as a tool in order to be able to achieve what it is that they want, laundering money. And we know, everyone that invests in housing in Canada is not necessarily money laundering. I'm not trying to say that, Madam Speaker, but we do know that money laundering does take place in our residential communities, in the development of condominiums. The member made reference to the Vancouver or the province of British Columbia. Well, we know that it goes far beyond any one province. You can talk about what's taking place in the city of Toronto, Madam Speaker, and you will find that there is laundering and speculation, and that does drive up the costs of housing. And this legislation, like budgetary measures that we have taken in the past, budget implementation bills in the past, where we have tried to put in some restrictions in order to be able to prevent that in terms of whether it's foreign ownership, Madam Speaker, or even putting a tax on individuals that are not necessarily living or residents of Canada, Madam Speaker. Again, with the idea of paying a fair share of taxation, Madam Speaker. The issue with respect to the transparency and accountability of corporations really does kick in here, Madam Speaker. Because at the end of the day, when you look at the Canada Business Corporation Act, it is all about today the modernization of that legislation that ultimately is going to ensure that there's a higher sense of corporation transparency, accountability, and from my perspective, if you take a look at what I would suggest is the primary tool, is the public, that we're going to have a registry that's open, that's public, and actually quite searchable for ownership information, Madam Speaker, or beneficial ownership. And by doing that, Madam Speaker, I believe it's going to have a huge difference. If you take a look at the issue of what it is that the Canada Business Corporation Act does, is it enables certificates of compliance, as an example. And if you are a corporation, and if you're not in compliance with the legislation, we now would be using a tool that would ensure that you wouldn't get that, or you might not end up getting that certificate. And that can have a fairly profound impact on the corporation itself, Madam Speaker, because without that certificate of compliance, you're going to have difficulty dealing with things such as loans, things such as suppliers. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I believe that the passage of this and the establishment of a public searchable ownership or beneficial ownership registry is going to ensure that there is a lot less money not necessarily taken into account for. So less money laundering, less money being used in illegitimate forms, Madam Speaker. And for me, I think that is something in which we need to recognize within the legislation. Madam Speaker, the government has been committed to robust and effective regime to combat money laundering and ultimately terrorist financing, Madam Speaker, to improve the public trust in our corporations. Because it doesn't take much for a corporation to fall on the wrong side, or the whole issue of money laundering and the impact it has on the corporate community. A vast majority of our corporations, Madam Speaker, are in fact good entities that contribute in many different ways. It's not just jobs, it's all forms of opportunities, community development, and so forth. And because of the bad apples that are out there, it does leave a negative stain. So when we talk about the legislation trying to minimize issues like money laundering and improving accountability and transparency, corporations, a vast majority of corporations, don't have any problem with this. And that's why, the consultation that has taken place goes back to 2020, going right into 2022, where there was a great deal of consultations with different stakeholders, interest groups. There was even, a foreign consultations that were taking place with other nations, Madam Speaker. We want to make sure that we get it right. We appreciate the privacy issues, and that is something that has been raised here. And what had taken place in Europe in terms of there's a supreme, or there was a court decision in regards to the issue of privacy. So we do want to tread carefully on that particular issue. But it's absolutely critical that we continue to see the legislation move forward, because it will make a difference. There are some provinces, Madam Speaker, that have actually gone further than other provinces. The province of Quebec has actually passed their legislation, and I believe it has been implemented, Madam Speaker. I'm not 100% sure of that. I do believe they have passed the legislation. Other provinces, because in a federal system, we have to take into consideration that there is some jurisdictional issues, and we have to be aware that some provinces still need to do a whole lot more than other provinces. And so taking a pan-Canadian approach at looking at best practices, looking at the legislation that we are bringing forward today, I think would go a long way, Madam Speaker, in ensuring that not only are those federally regulated and corporations that are registered through the Canada Business Corporation Act, but also those in provincial and territorial jurisdictions will also have that obligation, Madam Speaker, of ensuring that there's more transparency and accountability. Madam Speaker, what I would ask is that in looking at the legislation, as I say, in listening to the comments, and I believe I've had a fair reflection in terms of many of the comments that were said earlier today, that I would encourage members to view the legislation as in part in terms of the commitment that has been made to try to get this thing passed before the end of this year, which is faster than we had initially indicated, but in order to do that, we would look to opposition parties to follow through on some of the words that they've actually stated today in terms of that tentative principled support that they are providing, and allowing the legislation ultimately to go to committee, Madam Speaker. I would think that would be a positive thing, given that all parties seem to support the principle of the legislation, Madam Speaker. So I would encourage members to take the issue, as I know they have, the issue of money laundering and the issue of ensuring more accountability and transparency within a very important sector in the name of making sure that there's a higher sense of tax fairness. Because, again, that to me is what it's all rooted in. Canadians don't mind paying their fair share of taxes, and it's very upsetting when they hear of the money laundering that takes place or individuals or corporations that tend to want to get off the hook for paying their taxes. Fair share.
The honourable member, Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Winnipeg. for his speech today. I think overall, as he summarized, we've been having a pretty comprehensive debate on Bill C-42. There's been suggested amendments from each party, broad unanimity that we need to take further action to combat money laundering in Canada and the impact of money laundering on the housing market. I was particularly pleased that a number of members on all sides raised the Cullen Commission and the impact that crimes are having, especially on British Columbia. So to the member, I would ask, is the Liberal Party open to providing further clarification as to the extent of the power of law enforcement to use the future public beneficial registry to combat people who are using illicit funds illegally in our economy, and what other tools we can give our law enforcement agencies to make sure that money laundering is finally combated in the way that Canadians expect us to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Kerry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I recognize that the member is actually a British Columbia Member of Parliament, or represents an area in British Columbia. And I think nowhere in Canada have we seen the issue of money laundering raised and brought to the attention through the media in terms of the complexities of the problems that money laundering actually takes place. There is a very strong criminal element to it. There is a very strong tax avoidance element to it. And it's one of those issues in which it's very upsetting for Canadians, because as I say, it is about tax fairness, and Canadians have the expectation that the government's going to do what it can in order to be able to resolve the issues. And in good part, and I say that as preemptive, indicating to the member that I think it's really important that Ottawa continue to work with the province of British Columbia, look at joint ways in which we can deal with that very serious issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Winnipeg North for his speech. My colleague from Joliette said earlier in a question that Revenue Quebec did a much better job than the Canada Revenue Agency in recovering money from, and the Bloc uses that as an argument for the fact that we should file a single tax return and have full control of our own taxes because we're so competent. Now, here's my question for my colleague. This bill, it will give Quebec even more leeway to recover more money from tax havens, and so this justifies even more that Quebec should have full authority over its own taxes and tax returns.
Speaker, I don't think it's in Canada's best interest to say to each province, you create your own collection agency, and we have 10 or 12 different revenue Quebecs or Manitobas and Albertas and so forth. I would be concerned. I think CRA has demonstrated quite well during the pandemic just how successful it can be. Once they were provided the additional financial resources, there's been well over 1,000 investigations. I think CRA is well equipped to be able to ensure that the Canadians from coast to coast are well represented. And I'm also concerned about those valuable CRA jobs in the province of Quebec. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I think the people of Quebec, as the people of the rest of Canada, are well served by CRA and its abilities, Madam Speaker, to ensure that once it's provided the proper resources, that it will in fact be able to deal with a lot of the things that we expected to do, Madam Speaker. And that's one of the reasons why we funded them just under $1 billion to do so.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member for Winnipeg North for his remarks on this bill. I would argue if he does want to see the bill proceed faster, maybe the government shouldn't schedule it for Friday sittings, but that's just my opinion. There is an offence and punishment section to Bill C-42. It does list that for corporations that are found guilty of an offence, they can be liable to a fine not exceeding $5,000. The punishment for individuals can be as high as $200,000, and of course the whole purpose of this bill is to uncover individuals who may be using corporate entities to hide themselves. That being said, Madam Speaker, does the honourable member think that $5,000 is a sufficient deterrent to prevent corporations from this, or would he see value in maybe increasing that to make it commensurate with the offence that has been transgressed? Thank you very much.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I think that there's a number of things within the legislation that will, in fact, enable hopefully, companies to abide by it and recognize at the end of the day that we will be able to deal with the issue in a much stronger way. For example, in my comments, I made reference to the certificate of compliance. The certificate of compliance, if not issued, will have a profound impact on the corporation or the individual. Because in order often to be able to acquire product, acquire financial support, you need to often have that certificate of compliance. So whether it's the fines, the certificate of compliance, I think that there's a number of tools that will enhance the opportunity for us to ultimately see more compliance within the legislation. And as I say, a big part of it, I believe personally, is going to depend on our justice system and CRA and making sure that they are properly equipped. And that's why I indicated earlier, Madam Speaker, that it's great to see that not only are we bringing forward legislation, but as we've demonstrated in the past, we're also providing substantial financial support for CRA.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Mission Metsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Another question on where the government stands on possible amendments relates to the impact of significant interest under the legislation. Only individuals with over 25% of interest in a corporation will be covered under the beneficial ownership registry before us today. Is the government open to making amendments to the law that would lower the threshold of significant interest? Secondly, there's questions about whether trusts, and this has come up in debate today, whether trusts will be covered under this beneficial ownership registry. Is the government open to examining the impact of trusts as it relates to money laundering as well? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think that the government has indicated getting it to committee, and we've always been open to ideas that would ultimately strengthen and make legislation stronger and for the betterment of Canadians. I would suggest to the member that if he has some very specific issues that he would like to see in terms of amendments, he doesn't necessarily have to wait till committee. Some ideas might flow out of committee presentations from witnesses. The member might have his own personal ideas. When I think of trust, for example, as it was commented earlier today, is a lawyer's trust, and how it is that trust could be possibly incorporated or something of this nature. So I think that there's opportunities here, and I look forward to the legislation ultimately going to committee. And I know the members expressed a great deal of interest in this issue, and I wish them well in terms of just working in a maybe not as a political partisan way, but rather how it is that we could actually give strength to the legislation, keeping in mind that there's been consultations not only here in Canada, but we've been working with other or consulting, from what I understand, with other nations to ensure that we have good, solid legislation going to committee.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've heard the member for Winnipeg North make reference several times today to the resources that have been dedicated to the CRA in order to fight tax evasion and other things of that kind. But what we've seen from the CRA is a very persistent focus on Canadians who are in difficult financial situations, that availed themselves of CERB when government encouraged them to do that at the height of the pandemic, who don't have money to pay back to government, which means the time and resources spent on pursuing that debt will not yield a return. Meanwhile, as we've heard in debate earlier today, in respect to the Panama Papers and other revelations about global tax fraud, we see Canada really not comparing at all to our allies in recovering that tax debt. When we talk about the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy, we know there were companies that took money they were supposed to pay directly to workers. In some cases, they locked out their workers while taking the wage subsidy. Government hasn't tried to get any of that money back. So how does getting more resources for the CRA help with the problem if that just means they're going to pursue the poor and let the big fish off the hook?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government hasn't let the big fish off the hook. There are literally hundreds of millions, going close to $1 billion. I think it even might be just over $1 billion. Just don't quote me on that. Over the last number of years that we've invested with the CRA to look at going after the big fish, and it is, and we have seen a dramatic increase of files now that are being pushed on by CRA as a direct result of those investments. In regards to issues that the member talks about in terms of CERB, I'm not too sure exactly what the opinion is of the NDP. I believe, based on some of the comments I heard, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that the NDP are of the opinion that it doesn't matter the circumstances if you collected CERB, that even in whatever form, that the CRA should not be going after you. I think that there's...
Sorry, I do have to cut the honourable member up because it being at 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-284, National Strategy for Eye Care Act, standing in the name of Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh, seconded by Mr. Mayao, moves that Bill C-284, an act to establish a national strategy for eye care, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate. The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm very excited to stand today for this second hour of to speak on my Bill C-284, as you indicated, establishing a national eye care strategy on the second reading. For many years, Canadians have been calling for a comprehensive national plan for vision health, including yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker. You've mentioned this issue many times. Historically, the federal government has lacked any substantive framework on the matter of public eye health care. As it stands, supplementary coverage has only been extended to particular groups of people who qualify for provincial Medicare services. The current structure has created huge gaps in access to care, leaving the majority of Canadians to pay for their eye health care expenses out of pocket, or forcing them to work private insurance packages into their already narrow budgets. I find this system unacceptable. The vision loss crisis in Canada requires a coordinated response, and this is what the National Eye Care Strategy is all about. Here are some of the numbers to give you an even better idea of what is going on vision health in our country. Over 8 million, that's 1 in 5 Canadians, have an eye disease. 1.2 million Canadians live with vision loss or blindness. 1,292 deaths were associated with vision loss in 2019 alone. Meanwhile, 75% of the vision loss cases could be prevented if diagnosed early and have access to treatment. Dr. Arsenoff of Humber River Black Creek told me many stories of people who would have gone blind had they not been able to get immediate attention, because too often we take our eyes for granted. My grandmother died with a blinding eye disease. My longtime friend and mentor also was blind when he died, and my aunt suffers from blindness related to macular degeneration today. So age-related macular degeneration, glaucoma, and cataracts are among the top 5 causes of vision loss here in Canada. AMD affects millions of Canadians and is the leading cause of blindness for those over 55, but it fails to garner the same attention as other common eye diseases. Many of us in this room may also develop age-related macular degeneration, and as part of this bill, I would like to see February designated as Macular Degeneration Awareness Month to give us an opportunity to focus on just the signs of AMD and what you can do about it. There is a high percentage of seniors and school-aged children who have undiagnosed eye problems. Very few children have had an eye test during the pandemic, and many have also spent an inordinate amount of time in front of computer screens. Even more so, there are many Canadians in need of an eye transplant. It's over 3,000 people waiting for an eye transplant. The Canadian Transplant Society actively recruits Canadians to become organ donors, but many people have a myth and a fear about donating their eyes. When polled, over 81% of Canadians respond by saying they would donate their organs, but only 35% actually sign up to do that. Losing one's vision increases mental, financial, social hardship. It can lead to loss of mobility, an inability to live independently, to drive, to read, or to participate in physical activity, and resulting in a loss of social interaction, which can often lead to depression and other mental illnesses. Vision loss has a profound impact on individuals, their families, and society, costing our economy an estimated $32.9 billion a year. $4.2 billion of this cost is attributed to the reduced productivity in the workplace. Over half of that cost, $17.4 billion, is also attributed to the reduced quality of life, primarily due to the loss of independence, especially in the aging population. Over $983 million was spent last year across Canada on injections to treat AMD in Canada. A national strategy for eye care will allow all provinces and the government, as well as healthcare researchers and practitioners, to sit down at one table and jointly develop and implement the measures necessary to make sure that all Canadians from coast to coast to coast have equal access to eye care, no matter where they live. Not long ago, I came across a heartbreaking story of a man who lives in Cambridge Bay, Nunavut. For him, it's been 5 years since he last updated his prescription glasses, even though he's been eligible for a new pair for the last 3 years. He couldn't get an appointment with an eye doctor, and he's still waiting. Some has to do with the pandemic, which caused gaps in people getting in for eye doctor's appointment, but a lot of it is because we take it all for granted. Nevertheless, the fact that access to eye health treatment varies widely from province to province seems so wrong to me. And Bill C-284, I'm hoping to change that. I'm sure many of you have had many similar stories when you start to talk to people about their eyesight. And when did you last get your eyes checked? It's something that we just take for granted. And by the time you find out you have a problem, it is usually too late. Access to eye health care should not be treated as a luxury. It is a crucial service needed throughout all walks of life. Seniors need eye health care to keep themselves capable and protected. Working people needed to stay dedicated to their responsibilities and to not be excluded because of physical ability. And children and young adults need eye health care to study and navigate the world around them. Eye health care means having a safe and enjoyable quality of life. Bill C-284, if passed, commits the government to a national strategy dedicated to improved access to eye care and rehabilitation services, a strategy that also envisions the creation of a vision desk at the Public Health Agency of Canada and investments in research to find new treatments to prevent and stop blindness. The bill is also calling on an enhanced access to eye health care for Indigenous people, for far too long have been neglected and have not had any access to any assistance on eye health care. We take our vision for granted. From social isolation to depression to travel difficulties, there are so many challenges when one can't see. Many people never stop to consider what it would be like to go blind. We have to increase the awareness of vision loss and of what we should be doing every day to protect our eyesight. I would like to see this piece of legislation move as fast as possible. Madam Speaker, as I indicated to all of the support we have here in the House for this bill, the sooner that it can get to committee and get through committee and back here and over through the Senate, it would become law. And I think there are many people across Canada, many of the organizations fighting blindness, CNIB and so on, that are desperately hoping that this time this is actually going to happen. Throughout my 33 years in political office, my mentor, Paul Valenti, suffered from age-related macular degeneration and died 2 years ago. My grandmother, Annie Steeves, was blind most of her life, as is my Aunt Ruby Steeves, who is also blind. So I'm doing this bill for everyone, but especially for them. I'm thrilled that in the position as an MP and on behalf of my family and all Canadians, to truly make a difference by putting forward this bill, which will open the door for more recognition of vision loss and its implications, and of course with the help of all members in this House and all parties that have indicated that they are very supportive. Bill C-284 will have a direct, positive impact on Canadians' vision health now and for generations to come. Many years, optometrists, ophthalmologists, researchers, including patient advocates, have been calling for federal leadership on eye care. CNIB, Canadian Council for the Blind, and Fighting Blindness Canada are just a few of the names. As I mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker, the member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing, you have been a leader in the fight for vision care in Canada, and I'm very happy to have you in the Speaker's chair today while I do this second reading. We have started many great healthcare initiatives in the Chamber over the past several years, including dental care and pharmacare. The National Eye Care Strategy is the next important step in making the healthcare accessible and affordable for all Canadians. Making eye health, vision care, and rehabilitation services a health priority requires your support. I call on all my colleagues in the House to continue to work together to change attitudes toward blindness to ensure that the 1.5 million Canadians with sight loss are understood and provided the necessary supports. I encourage all of you here today to become champions for Bill C-284. Refer it to the Health Committee as soon as possible. Together we can continue the momentum to help the bill become a law for all Canadians. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the Honourable Member and her speech. One of the concerns that I have in terms of visual health is that research shows that our increased screen time leads to retinal detachment. And so does my honourable colleague have comments on this problem? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
What I have found out when I started into doing the research on Bill C-284, I knew very little about it. I've been fortunate to have pretty good eyesight all of these years, other than what my own family experienced through blindness. And what I've learned, the amount of things that happen with your eyes is quite remarkable. And when you suddenly start to notice something about your eyesight not being the way it was the day before, you need to get immediately to a doctor, an ophthalmologist or an emergency ward to have that looked at, because very often people go completely blind within hours when different things happen, the pressure behind their eye, all of those things that the ophthalmologists and optometrists and so on will tell you about.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and for her speech today and moving this bill forward. In terms of eye care, the member is absolutely correct to say it is critical. However, the cost of eye care is increasing, and oftentimes what we're seeing is that is getting delisted in terms of coverage under the healthcare plan. That certainly is the case here in Ontario. So I wonder from that perspective, what does the member have to offer in ensuring that coverage is provided for so that people can, in fact, access the necessary healthcare, eye care need that they need?
Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
I want to thank my colleague that I enjoy very much working with and know how hard she fights for her community and, in fact, for all Canadians in a variety of different capacities. I think one of the things that would come out of 284 is the fact that the provinces and the federal government have to sit down at the table together and look at the huge cost to society as the result of not having sufficient health care, and when it comes to eye vision and vision loss. So the fact that they would have to sit at the table together, look at the numbers, look at the impact it's having on society, and come up with solutions. And I think that's the only way that we're going to get this all to move forward, because you have that interaction between the provinces and the government of Canada. So there needs to be more cooperation, and that is what a vision desk would do, which is provide that opportunity to do the analysis required and recognize the need for the investments.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for putting forward this really important bill. Eye care is absolutely critical for Canadians. I say this as just a few months ago, as my husband was a patient having a double cataracts removed from both eyes, and seeing how much technology has changed, seeing how many things are available now to patients, and how we can make that better for all. So, I would like to say for putting this forward. On World Sight Day later, that was held in October, I had the opportunity to meet with an incredible group that came with One Sight. And in that group was Dr. Stan Wu. Dr. Stan Wu is from the University of Waterloo, and he and I must say, just connected. I guess the energy and the excitement for what he does at the University of Waterloo, the research and development, and seeing what they can do for patients to ensure that they have the proper care, that when there's opportunities for reversals, that they know what to do, to ensure that the treatment and whether it's medications can be used, that the knowledge that they're doing there at the school is not just at the university, but how they can share it across this great country, and how they can ensure that access to eye care is available, not just there in the city of Waterloo, but across this country from Nunavut down to the Maritimes. So extraordinarily important that we're doing this. And the university also explained, while I was there on my visit on January the 19th, they shared with me, or the 20th, they shared with me all of the incredible things that they were doing for research, something that was noted here in this bill as the B, promoting research and improved data collection on eye disease prevention and treatment. And being at the university, that is the type of stuff that I was seeing being done there, making sure that they knew what was happening within their own, amongst their own patient base, and making sure that they have expertise from across the country, working to ensure the best technologies were going to be there so that the future of eye care was going to be enhanced. As I said, as I was doing my research, and I think that's one of the best parts of doing research when we're talking about private members' bills, is looking when I saw that on cataract surgeries, it was suggested that there were 2 separate surgeries. Well, I will let you know that when I brought my husband home just a couple weeks before Christmas after having double cataract surgery. He had 2 cataracts on one eye and one on the other, and wearing these cups on his eyes. Within 24 hours, I woke up to a husband for the first time who could actually see me. And I don't know if he wanted that, but he actually saw me for the first time because he was as blind as a bat in the morning. But it was because, from the research I was doing, they were talking about how they have to do them separately, and now they can do them together. So it's all of this type of treatment and research and how we can do patient care better. This is the type of work that I would hope that we see in a national eye care strategy. And promoting the information and knowledge sharing between the federal, provincial governments in relation to eye disease prevention and treatment. And I was very grateful that the member focused on 4 key issues here, looking at macular degeneration, cataracts, glaucoma, and diabetic retinopathy. I never will say that properly, so please work with me on that. But these are 4 key things that we see, especially in our aging population, a population of seniors, that we do see a lot of these types of diseases take on. For instance, the AMD, the age-related macular degeneration. We know that there's approximately 2.5 Canadians being impacted by this, and it is impacting people my age and older, and it impacts younger people then as well. But this is usually something that you see as the aging population. So 55 and older, you're going to find more of these diseases. Putting in and understanding that by reducing smoking, diet, and genetics in a family, understanding these things through awareness campaigns and through what we could do as the national strategy is really, really important so that people understand about their eye vision. Some of these diseases have no symptoms. So making sure that we have a program that there's access so that Canadians, whether they're living any part in this country, whether they're living in Indigenous communities or well-developed communities, that there is the opportunities to make sure that they have access to this type of care as well. Because so many of these diseases may have no symptoms, but absolutely need the kind of care that they have. We can also look at things as cataracts, the most common type of vision loss that we have here. And it's something very, very simple. Many Canadians are going around wearing their glasses and saying, gosh, and for me, I lose my glasses all the time. But being able to have that type of surgery done, knowing that each and every day it's getting better. I can remember my father having his cataracts removed, now my husband, and just seeing that with the more research that we're doing by the doctors working together, that we're actually providing great programs and great opportunities for patient care. Glaucoma, of course, is impacting over 728,000 Canadians, being related, of course, to the age. And I wanted to read something specifically on a section on here. Glaucoma affects more than 728,000 Canadians and takes the form of a number of related disease types. The most common types are open angle, which is more prevalent and can go unnoticed due to the lack of early symptoms, and the angle closure, which may be painful with a sudden onset. All of these types of things are the things that we learn in research, and as being members of Parliament, we get to do the research, we get to learn about these things, but I think it is important that all Canadians understand these types of things. Currently, there is no cure for glaucoma, but there are treatment options. So when people are having that pressure in their eyes and they may not understand what it is, recognizing the importance going to see an optometrist or ophthalmologist and ensuring that we're getting the proper care that we need. I also am very, very supportive of clinical trials. As I said, doing the work that I saw at the University of Waterloo and the type of work that's done just in the London Health Sciences Centre, right in my hometown area, in my backyard, some of the incredible research that we're seeing, not only at the University of Western Ontario, but throughout the Call-Up Circle area, where people are working to make sure that patient care is the number one priority. Finally, when we're looking at this, I want to talk about the considerations. And in this, it notes as number 3 that the national strategy must take into consideration existing frameworks, strategies, and best practices related to the prevention and treatment of eye disease, including those that focus on addressing health inequities. And the reason I'm bringing this forward, and this is probably the only thing, now I will let the member know, very supportive of this bill, but this is where I would have to say the government approach has to be right on. We can't do what they've done in the past. We know that there was the Canadian Dental Association had done, I think it was back in 2014, they had done an oral health national strategy. We saw the hygienists do it. We saw a number of organizations talking about oral and dental care. But when it came to coming to a program with the government, when it came to Canadian dental benefits, they took none of those actual suggestions. Instead, the government implemented their own dental program that was not supported by the Canadian Dental Association at the time because they were not part of those discussions. And that is one of my only fears, is we need to make sure that people are at the table. We need to make sure that we've got the researchers, that we have the ophthalmologists, the optometrists, we have the patients, we have the academia, we have everybody working together so we actually have a proper strategy. Because unlike the dental program that was brought out by the government, these people, not everybody was at the table. And so when we're talking about that, we need to make sure that we have that diversity of opinion as well. With the Canadian Dental Association, the reason I'm bringing, I will continue to elaborate on this, is that this government has talked about the number of children that have been impacted by this program, by sending out checks to parents. As a person who comes from the dental health field, I would have loved for the government to actually consult with members of Parliament, because I actually used to go out there and teach about dental health. If you wanted to see that lady who could teach you how to brush your teeth, or if you wanted to sit in your chair, I will show you how to do your little round brushing. Those are the types of things that we should be focused on when we're looking at a dental health program. But instead we saw a government say, we're going to send out checks to Canadians and that they will go and get their dental health needs dealt with. We are right now in a crisis here in Canada, where families cannot afford to put food on their table. So this government is coming out talking about the number of families. I think they're saying 250,000 Canadian children have been able to use this program. But I say, wait, how do you get those numbers? Nothing has been audited. You do not have the information coming from CDA, from the Canadian Dental Association, or any of the providers who would be providing this type of information, because they would not know. All we know is that we gave out checks to families. So the healthy programs, healthy smile programs that we're working here in Ontario, we should have been using their existing frameworks, and we should be working on that. That is exactly the same type of work that I want to see here, and I'm hoping that we have a success with this program and this strategy, because Canadians need it. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to my colleague, the member for Humber River Black Creek, for tabling this bill. And at the outset, I'd like to say that visual health is crucial, and obviously it's part of our overall health that is often neglected or underestimated. And my Conservative colleague showed us gave us some personal examples, and it shows how this kind of problem can change people's lives. So thank you very much for having introduced the bill. Now, with regard to the main themes, there is something that there's elements that seek to raise awareness. So to make February the month of awareness of macular degeneration. And I think this is something that concerns us all. We should never miss an opportunity to remind people of how important visual health is, because in our everyday lives, we are very busy, and so we need to bring these things to the forefront. Now we're talking about a national strategy that is being proposed under this bill. Now, obviously, we've seen a number of national strategies recently on cancer, diabetes, autism, and I remain skeptical about these strategies, because generally they lead to a report that is tabled that is usually not followed up on by the government. So I hope that this will not be the case if this is adopted, because national strategies is also these kind of strategies often get shelved. So although we agree with the principle of this bill, we'll have to ensure that Quebec's jurisdiction is respected, because this bill seeks to raise awareness, but it also has to do with health care. And so I think that, we see data here from 2019 that says that 1.2 million Canadians had some kind of visual disease that could lead to blindness, so 4.1% of people who could become blind, and 8 million Canadians have an eye disease that could lead to blindness. And some of those diseases, in the cases of some of these diseases, they can lead to avoidable blindness. Now, we know that annual health costs due to these diseases can reach up to $9.5 billion, and there's a cost in terms of human capital as well, and social costs, for example, a lack of productivity that can reach up to $4.3 billion a year. And with the population growth, with our aging population, we talked about macular degeneration due to age-related macular degeneration. Well, the costs related to those diseases could go up considerably. So those are vitally important matters. Now, healthcare is a provincial jurisdiction, and Quebec already has a number of programs that seek to deal with eye diseases. We have optometry services that are covered by Quebec Insurance for people who are under 18 and over 65. And last month, the amounts that were assigned to eye replacements were raised. So it shows that Quebec and the provinces need funding. They need health transfers to be able to cover these programs, because it's all very well to put in place a national strategy, but the different levels of government who are responsible for providing that care on the ground, well, they must be properly funded. So we have the RAMQ visual insurance program. We have programs for Braille typewriters, night goggles, that all seek to improve the quality of life of people who have eye disease. And this is costly. And obviously, our aging population makes this problem worse. So we need to be able to improve the quality of life of our citizens and also productivity. Now, we're talking about the National Day of Macular Degeneration Awareness, but what I have to say, Madam Speaker, is what I would have liked to see in this bill is that we should have a national day for raising awareness of national health transfer degeneration, because over the past 2 years, we've been calling for $28 billion per year of additional health transfers to ensure that the federal government share in the healthcare expenses of the province reaches 25%.
And within that, and I know it's important for my colleagues, and they've mentioned it, within those envelopes, you could dedicate amounts for eye care, because there is a national strategy, but it doesn't provide care to those who need it and for whom it could change their daily lives. So obviously, the government is being myopic about Quebec's needs, and it's quite sad, Madam Speaker. The aging of the population will increase. Health costs and transfers are needed, and we must do more research, more development. We need to broaden our programs to support those who have issues, but also there is a shortage of workers, which means that we'll be trying to retain older people on the labor market. And we know that sight problems are bad for productivity. They're bad for the economy and for the person who wishes to continue working in the labor market. And when we look at the StatsCan data, we see that the percentage of people with good vision that's uncorrected diminishes with age. And so it's a bit like whether the Liberal government's vision is decreasing with age, and it has been decreasing for 8 years, Madam Speaker. And we've tried for nearly 2 years to have a summit between the premiers and the current Prime Minister to discuss these matters. And what they did is that they imposed conditions on the provinces, which means that today we are not able to strengthen programs and to create new programs that would allow for a better offering of eye services. I'm under the impression that the government might need glasses from the Bloc Québécois to better understand the needs of Quebecers, and I'm offering mine to them because that might help them offer care on the ground to people who need it. And this could improve their self-esteem, society's functioning, family and professional lives, and there are human issues in this. We are all equal when it comes to vision problems. We can all be affected by them, and we must all have access to care. I've made a certain number of jokes, but I do want my colleague to know that I congratulate her for her initiative, and we see that the intention is excellent, and as I said, we agree in principle. We will propose amendments, but I understand that it is an issue that is important to my colleague, and I salute her for it. Finally, Madam Speaker, I would continue by saying, I just have a few seconds left, that when we look at the statistics, it's obvious that eye problems particularly affect women. I'm not a doctor or biologist, but I don't necessarily understand why that is. But I know that there may be a gender equality lens to this as well, because we're more aware that care are needed for that, and eye issues affect women more than men. So there is an aspect of gender equality to this as well. So we will support the principle of this bill. We will study it in committee. We will work in good faith. We are a bit skeptical about these strategies, but our colleague will allow us to discuss these important issues to raise the awareness of our fellow citizens, and that is why, Madam Chair, I thank her. I would like to wish you, if I can, an excellent weekend.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Before I begin my speech on the bill today, I want to just take a moment to recognize today as the National Day of Mourning and to honor every worker who goes to work, and to say very clearly that they deserve to return home safely at the end of their workday, and to take a moment to also remember those who've been injured and lost their lives, and to recommit ourselves to fighting for a safe work environment for all workers. Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise today to speak in support of Bill C-284, an act to establish a national strategy for eye care. I would like to thank the member for Humber River Black Creek for introducing this important bill regarding eye health for all Canadians. New Democrats support this bill and the important steps it takes to improving access to eye care for all Canadians. This legislation sets out a national strategy to support the prevention and treatment of eye disease to ensure better health outcomes for Canadians. It ensures that the national strategy must describe the various forms of eye disease and include measures to identify the training, education, and guidance needed to healthcare practitioners and other professionals related to the prevention and treatment of eye disease, including clinical practice guidelines. It also ensures that the promotion of research and to improve data collection on eye disease prevention and treatment. And it promotes information and knowledge sharing between federal and provincial governments in relation to eye disease prevention and treatment. And finally, ensures that Health Canada is able to rapidly consider new applications for treatments and devices used for macular degeneration, cataracts, glaucoma, and diabetic retinopathy. This legislation also designates the month of February as Age-Related Macular Degeneration Month. Organizations including Fighting Blindness Canada, the Canadian Council of the Blind, the CNIB, Diabetes Canada, the Canadian Association of Ophthalmologists, Canadian Ophthalmological Society, and the Canadian Association of Retired Persons have advocated for a national eye care strategy for many years, and is long past for action on this issue. Yet, sadly, eye health has been underfunded and deprioritized in Canada for far too long. As a result, millions of Canadians are being put at unnecessary risk of vision loss because they lack access to eye care. Currently, access to eye care varies widely from province to province, resulting in a variable health outcomes and exacerbating inequities and inequalities in our healthcare system. 39% of Canadians do not have access to vision health benefits, and this is wrong. Over 8 million Canadians are living with an eye condition that puts them at a significant risk of blindness. And an estimated 1.2 million Canadians are currently living with vision loss, with many facing a lack of investment in services and supports that impact them to live life to its fullest. And this number is expected to grow to 2 million by 2050. That is staggering, Madam Speaker. Routine eye exams play a crucial role in the prevention of vision loss. If certain eye diseases are diagnosed early enough, they can be effectively managed before expensive and sometimes invasive measures are required. If diagnosed early and if people have access to treatment, vision loss can be prevented in 75% of the cases. And further, 70% of existing vision impairment in Canada is estimated to be correctable with prescription glasses. The sizable proportion of correctable vision impairment is related to the barriers to access to vision care in Canada. Most guidelines recommend having an eye exam once a year for people aged 6 to 18 or 65 years and older, as well as for those with diabetes or an eye disease. For healthy people aged 19 to 64, one visit per 2 years is considered sufficient. But for many Canadians, this is out of reach due to the out-of-pocket costs and expenses. 39% of Canadians do not have access to vision health benefits. And vision care is not a luxury. It is a health care provision and must be treated as such. Yet some provinces are even moving in the wrong direction, reducing access to eye care for those who need it the most. For instance, the Conservative government in Ontario announced that starting September 1st, free annual eye exams paid for through the Ontario Health Insurance Plan will no longer be available to all seniors. A study commissioned by the Canadian Council of the Blind and Fighting Blindness Canada has raised alarms on the state of vision care in Canada and the impact of the COVID pandemic on eye care services. In 2020, 1,437 Canadians experienced vision loss as a direct result of treatment disruptions, and the percentage of Canadians reporting that they had an eye exam within the last 2 years declined between 2019 and 2021. The federal government must lead the way in saying that eye care is health care and improving access to services and treatment. New Democrats have always stood for publicly funded health care from head to toe care, including eye care. Our founding leader, Tommy Douglas, fought tirelessly and relentlessly for the universal public healthcare system that has become a fundamental Canadian value. And in fact, the notion that every person deserves access to healthcare as a basic human right, regardless of their ability to pay, was one of the founding principles of the New Democratic Party in 1961. It was always the NDP's intention that the public healthcare system would include eye care. At the founding convention, we actually said, the NDP stated, quote, believing that a country's most precious possession is the health of its citizens, the new party will introduce a national health plan providing benefits to those who need them without regard to their ability to pay. The plan will cover a full range of services, medical, surgical, dental, and optical treatment, as well as prescribed drugs and appliances. This belief remains an unfinished project as many services such as eye care continue to be left out of Canada's national health system. But the NDP's positions and advocacy has not wavered. The NDP's 2019 platform committed to achieving head-to-toe public health care for all Canadians, including eye care. The NDP's 2021 platform also committed to a long-term path to providing public coverage for eye care along with other health services. In May of 2021, the member for Algoma Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, that would be you, Madam Speaker, introduced motion M86. And I want to say thank you to you for your leadership, for your vision, no pun intended, in bringing this forward. This motion called for the federal government to work towards the creation of a national strategy for action on eye health and vision care. And that has brought us to where we are today with this bill, and I thank you for that. And I'm pleased that Indeed, I'm pleased that my colleague from the Liberal Party agrees that we need a national strategy for eye care, and I hope that the members from other parties will also support this. In 2003, the Government of Canada made a commitment at the World Health Organization to develop a vision health plan for Canada by 2007 and implement this plan by 2009. Well, it has been 20 years since the Liberal government of the day made this commitment, but to date, no plan has been developed. And as recently as July 2021, the Government of Canada voted in the UN General Assembly to enshrine eye health as part of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and in this resolution, the establishment of a national vision health plan was endorsed again by Canada. So it is time for action and leadership on this issue at the federal level. And I do hope that all members of this House will listen to the experts, support a national strategy for eye care by voting in favor of Bill C-284. Eye care is health care. It needs our support. It needs all levels of government coming together, and we need to recognize that. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honour to rise today and speak to Bill C-284 put forward by the member from Humber River, Black Creek. A bill addressing a national strategy on eye care, or for eye care. It's an honor to speak to this today because my wife had worked for an optometrist's office for 23 years, and I hadn't expected to speak on this bill, but I'm honored to be able to do so today and relay some of the experience that she had, that I had in working with the great doctors there. Going back to Dr. Beckner, Dr. Alloway, Dr. Evanishin, Dr. Thompson, Dr. Geyer, all providing such professional health care in our community in Salmon Arm, as all optometrists do across this country. And what I learned from speaking with them and with my wife about the importance of eye care is something that I think all of us in this chamber should see. We should see that eye care and the health care issues that can be discovered through regular eye care are very important. There's a long list of diseases, of health care problems that can be discovered through a regular eye exam. I myself suffer from dry eyes. That in itself is just more of a discomfort, but dry eyes cause your eyes to water. Tears aren't actually the fluid that your eyes need. You need the oils that come out with those tears. If you don't have enough of the oils, your eyes feel dry, so you continuously tear more. And when I'm exposed to sunlight and wind, I suffer even that much more, something that optometrists can help with. Then we've heard others today speak about cataracts and the advancements that we've seen over the last number of years in making the operation to have cataracts addressed and removed has improved the lives of seniors continuously. I haven't had that process yet, but because I go to see an optometrist regularly, I've been told that I'm in the very early stages. I'm a long ways from needing that operation yet, but I'm confident that by attending an optometrist for a regular eye exam, I hopefully will know when the time is coming that my vision has been impaired. Another instance that I wasn't aware of was something that's done by an optometrist called a visual field test. And that is where the optometrist or their assistants can check for the range of vision out of your eyes. And everyone might think that everyone's range of vision can be very similar, but it's not. I had a case where my eyelids were actually longer and more relaxed, so they were coming down and actually blocking my vision. It was a fairly simple operation, just simply in through an eye surgeon's small office, had it done one afternoon, no problems with my vision, short recovery. But in other people, without having that addressed, they can lose their field of vision. It could be something as significant as not seeing the stoplight, because it's up at the top level of where they're looking, and they may not see a stoplight turn red in front of them. Something as simple as that, a visual fields test, that is something that can be picked up by an optometrist. We've heard of so many other eye health and actual body health issues that can be picked up through a regular eye exam. Diabetic retinopathy, glaucoma. We heard today that 728,000 Canadians suffering from glaucoma. Retinal detachments. A lot of people don't know what this is, but if the retina becomes fully detached from the back of the eye, that's permanent loss of vision. Optometrists and their assistants through eye exams can determine if this is happening, and early intervention is a key piece to making sure that eye loss or sight loss isn't permanent. Diabetes is another one, and I had that explained to me when I went in for an eye exam, and they look through very powerful cameras and lights at the blood vessels in the back of the eye. And often those blood vessels cross each other, and where they cross, if there's extra pressure there, they identify a bulge in the blood vessels. That is one piece that can be used in identifying whether there's an issue possibly with diabetes, high blood pressure, other pieces that are part of this. I'm not an optometrist nor a doctor by any means, but these are just pieces that I've picked up by listening and by being there for those regular eye exams. So I hope that this bill will lead to not really what it said in the bill, and I hope that this is a piece that can be addressed in the committee stage of looking at this bill. And a lot of the terminology in the bill itself refers to eye disease. I would be interested in following this as it proceeds to the committee stage to see whether the bill continues to speak to eye disease or whether it would possibly change to eye health and overall health, because so many things can be picked up through those eye exams that I've just spoken about. Another piece of this is that in looking at it, it hasn't really addressed the issue around the availability of training for optometrists in the country. Excuse me. One thing I noted in looking quickly is there are two schools of optometry, one in Waterloo, one in Montreal, nowhere in Western Canada. So the inequity of ability for training for those specialists that want to become an optometrist, it's a 7 to 8 year program, very much like becoming a family physician, very expensive training, and the extra cost of students to come in from Western Canada to those training centers that are only available in Eastern Canada. I'm hoping that during the committee stage that may also be looked at, or at least in this strategy, that something is included in there to include the ability of training or the availability of training in other parts of the country. It's obviously an added expense from those from the West, but anyone from the North would be even much more burdened by the extra cost of bringing that in. The purpose of this bill, I think, is admirable. As the member has spoken about her family who had lost their sight. I haven't had that in my family. We've been fortunate, but we've also been fortunate enough to be able to discover if there were eye problems ahead of time, been able to get glasses or corrective lenses, contact lenses, whatever was needed to be able to continue our daily lives. And if we can put together a strategy so that we can retain the sight of many more Canadians, no matter where they live, no matter what their background is, no matter what their personal wealth or lack of wealth is, I think is an admirable goal. As I said, I'll be happy to follow this bill as it goes through the committee stage to see if we can improve upon it, to make sure that it deals not just with eye disease, but with eye health and overall body health. In closing, before we do close today, and I know we're getting close to that time, I've heard other members recognize that today is the National Day of Mourning for those that have lost their lives in the workplace or from workplace disease or illness. I had one of my staff members at home attend a ceremony there today, and workplace diseases are, I think, also one of those areas that can affect eye health and overall human health. So I want to be grateful for the opportunity to stand and speak today, and I look forward to following this bill through the process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm pleased to be joining at this hour on this debate. Like the member had said previously, today's National Day of Mourning for those who are injured or killed in the workplace. It reminds me, before I get into the subject matter of the bill, there used to be this Sobeys in my riding in Douglasdale, on the Douglas Glen side. I don't know many constituents know this, but there's actually a plaque there. There used to be a plant, a factory there, where 5 or 6 workers were actually killed many, many decades before, and now happens to be on the side of a Gold's Gym. And I think most people have forgotten it because it kind of sits in a corner, but has a very lively description of that event and when it happened. So it's an important day for all of us to remember. So on this, private members bill that we're debating today, I obviously have eye care needs. I wear glasses now. About 10 years ago, I realized I had trouble driving at night because I couldn't see white lines very clearly. So I went to see my family's optometrist, and they said I do need them. It's not very bad for myself, but it runs in my family on 2 sides, actually. So on my father's side, and this is why I'll be supporting this eye strategy. On my father's side, he's had many problems with his eyesight throughout most of his life. He still has very thick glasses, made of glass, not the plastic ones, because they're the only types that can actually help him with the type of eye care that he needs. My brother, shortly after we landed here in Canada, and thankfully obtained Canadian citizenship, because I don't know if we could have afforded the expensive operations he required to keep his eyesight. But my brother would have lost his eyesight if it wasn't for the Quebec healthcare system at the time. He almost did, because the care being provided at the time wasn't as good as it should have been, and his eyes were actually infected, and he lost quite a bit of his eyesight. He's legally blind in one of his eyes, and the doctors told him just a few years ago, just before the pandemic, that if he didn't start practicing doing different exercises to strengthen his muscles, he would have his driver's license taken away eventually. And that is very difficult, obviously, to keep your job if you lose your eyesight in Canada. But he would still be able to see enough, just wouldn't be allowed to drive anymore. So I think this is an important strategy for this Parliament to debate. And like the previous member spoke, I think there's a lot more that could be included into the private member's bill, and hopefully the member would be willing to consider some of those amendments. I know that it's being moved by the member from Humber River, Black Creek, and I salute her efforts on there. She's a long-time parliamentarian. I have a lot of respect for her work and her time in this House. I do have a Yiddish proverb, so I'll pull it in now just in case I forget about it later on. When the heart is full, the eyes overflow. It's a beautiful proverb. When someone is so happy that you begin to cry out of happiness, and it usually blocks your eyesight. It's either there's a great joke or the situation you find yourself in, typically a family, fills you with so much mirth that it brings tears to your eyes. So it's a good type of happiness. I'll recognize the fact that the members also could be making age-related macular degeneration month. The month of February happens to be the same month my brother is born in, so I just thought that was Providence. It's nice to see as well. But it doesn't just happen to the old. Like I mentioned, my brother almost lost his eyesight when he was little, and he needed that operation. But then the other side of my family, so all my children are affected, by many members know, by a chronic kidney condition, a rare condition called Alport syndrome. And although it is a kidney condition, It also affects the eyes. It affects the eyes, and it's a foreign 4 condition that you can have if you have this. So one is the peripheral coalescing fleck retinopathy. Do not ask me what that is in detail. I hopefully never will discover. Corneal opacities, anterior lentiginous and cataracts, and temporal retinal thinning. My youngest son, Enoch, has glasses already, and his need for glasses is actually related to this rare disease kidney condition that also affects the eyes, that affects all the organs of the body. But in his particular case, he'll probably need both hearing aids and glasses. So maybe someday we'll get to the point where we'll do a hearing aid national strategy in this place. But for eye care with my children, it's something we're always watching for because it's something that they need. I know that many of us are looking towards seniors who suffer through age-related loss of sight, and that's something I see in my parents as well. But also for the young, it happens also for those in youth. So I have 2 sides of my family, both old and young, who are obviously affected by the need for better eye care. And other members have mentioned this, but eye care in Canada does not come cheap, depending if you just need some basic eyeglasses or if you need more attentive care from an ophthalmologist. In the case of my family, we do have need of an ophthalmologist because it happens to be that the type of care that they require is much more in-depth care. The province of Alberta provides excellent coverage for young people, those under 18, but especially those under 12. They get an excellent coverage for their eye care. In the case of my children, like I said, because of this rare chronic kidney condition, they get a lot of specialist follow-up for their eyes. And I've met a lot of youth who needed much more extra care as they got older because of this condition called Alport syndrome that leads to degeneration in the eyes much earlier in their lives. And so, as we're debating, the importance of both research and the quality of the care and availability of care, I think some members have mentioned, the possibility for improvements and additions to this private member's bill, kind of maybe expanding in some areas and perhaps tightening in certain areas. So giving me the call, Madam Speaker, I will sit.
Unfortunately, the time is up for now. The honourable member will have a little over 4 minutes the next time that this matter is before the House. Therefore, the time provided for the consideration of private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. It being 2:30, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Bonne fin de semaine à tous.
Happy weekend, everyone.